Thank you. This national online interdisciplinary conference provides opportunities to researchers and academicians to exchange views and opinions, address on relevant social, economic, and environmental issues, and generate academic research output on important social, economic, and environmental problems. India is the biggest democracy in the world, which has taken giant strides in the last few decades. We are now the world's third largest economy. But in between this, we cannot forget everyday's issues which continue to cause hurdles in the progress of the nation. These social, economic, and environmental issues are need to be taken into consideration. In order to improve the prevailing conditions of our society, issues like child labor, unemployment, inflation, corruption, crime, pollution, climate change, sustainable development, and so on need to be looked into immediately. With the proliferation of information and technology, more awareness is spreading among masses. New organizations are sprouting to find a fruitful solution to these problems. The theme of the conference, Exploring Social, Economic, and Environmental Issues and Solutions in Contemporary India. It is important as it highlights the important social, economic, and environmental issues and discussions on findings, the solutions to the contemporary issues. Now, I would like to request Assistant Professor Rajashree Salokhe to introduce the advisory committee members. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my privilege to introduce the advisory board for our conference. We are having with us Dr. Sharat Fullari, Principal, Thakur Shyam Narayan Arts, Science and Commerce College, Kandivli. We are also having with us Dr. Sanjay Kumar Saini, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, State GB Poddar College, Rajasthan. Dr. Shiv Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor in History, Government Postgraduate College, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Satish Babu, Professor, PG Department of Commerce, Management and Research, VRS and PIRN, PG College, Chirala, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Arun Kumar B. Sonapannavar, Principal, Keli Societies, Nija Lingappa College, Bengaluru. And we are also having with us Dr. Avinash Shendre, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Economics, Pragati College of Arts and Commerce, Dombivli East. We are greatly honored to receive your guidance and support throughout the conference as the advisory board member for the one-day national conference on the topic Exploring Social, Economic, Environmental Issues and Solutions in Contemporary India. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our Honorable and Dynamic Principal Dr. G.D. Giri sir to convey a few words for today's national conference. Over to you, sir.
Happy afternoon, all of you.
Happy
For
afternoon.
today's national level e-conference, a keynote speaker, Dr. Bindhy Pandey, Dr. Asha Bodele Madam, Dr. Avinash Shendre Sir, Arun Kumar Sonab Sir, and all researchers, participants. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our Department of Foundation Course and Environmental Studies for organizing this national level e-conference on the topic Exploring Social, Economic and Environmental Issues and Solutions in Contemporary India. It is an opportunity for all of us to deliberate on several aspects, especially of the environment. This is a month of March, but the environment is like May. The reason behind that is we, all of us, for the benefit of ourselves, we are inviting several problems, and it is a right topic that if the environment disturbs, our behavior will disturb. If our behavior disturbs, our thinking ability will get hampered. Our means I am considering all entire society. Thinking ability will hamper. And once the thinking ability is hampered, our relations will get affected. That relations may be in between individuals, between in a family, in a relatives, or we can say industry to industry, as well as industry to society, society to politics, like that. So the entire environment will get affected because of our deeds, our misdeeds, and because of which there is a need to think on this particular burning topic of the present world. There are several issues which are to be addressed simultaneously, that may be social, economic, that all issues are interlinked and that should be addressed, and such conferences will give platform to all of us to discuss on this particular topic. There are several experts today in this panel, in this conference. Dr. Bindhy madam is there, Arun Kumar sir is there, Asha madam is there, Avinash sir is there. Even at the valedictory, Dr. Girija Gupte is there. She is also very much expert in the field of resolving the social problems practically. So I am sure that there will be great deliberations. There will be apprehensions on different aspects by the researchers, by the participants. I am here to give virtual welcome to all of you on behalf of KLE Society, Belgavi, on behalf of our chairman, Sir Dr. Prabhakar Kore, on behalf of all staff, students of KLE Society's College of Science and Commerce, Kalamboli, Navi, Mumbai, I welcome all of you and I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Principal Sir, for the words of wisdom. I would like to request Assistant Professor Milind Gurchal, Head Department of Contemporary and Environmental Studies and convener of today's National E-Conference, to introduce our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Bindhy Wasini Pandey. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all. I'm Milind Gurchal, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Contemporary and Environmental Studies and convener for this conference. I feel privileged to introduce today's keynote speaker for the conference, Professor Dr. Bindhy Wasini Pandey. Dr. Bindhy Wasini Pandey is a professor and dean at University of Delhi. He is a specialized in mountain ecology. He is having 22 years of experience of teaching and research at University of Delhi. He teaches geography of Himalaya and had completed research project on cryospheric hazards and vulnerability assessment for livelihood security in mild altitude region of Western Himalaya. He has received British Council International Collaboration Project between University of Delhi and University of Bath, UK. He is an executive member of International Geoscience Education Organization. He is a member of Executive Council of Institute of Indian Geographers. Dr. Pandey is an executive external member of the advisory board, the Afroment Research Unit, as well advisory board, University of Free State, Kawa Campus, South Africa. His area of interest are livelihood and vulnerability assessment in high altitudes, cryosphere studies, climate change, hazard risk assessment, and natural resources management. Under the guidance of Pandey sir, more than 10 students are either awarded or doing PhD. He has written and edited more than 10 books on sustainable development, environmental resource management, etc. Sir has published more than 60 papers in various journals and proceedings at national and international level, conferences and seminars. Sir is also on the editorial board of various journals. Sir has organized more than 30 conferences, seminars on environmental and social issues. Sir has also received many grants from national and international organizations to carry out his research activities. Sir also presented research papers, delivered lectures, conducted fieldwork in more than 35 countries around the world. Sir has invited as a speaker, eminent speakers, resource person, keynote speakers, and delivered more than 90 lectures on the topics of Himalayan geography as well as the environmental sustainability. It is my pleasure that we are having such a great personality with us. With pleasure, I request Professor Pandey to deliver his keynote address to the conference. Over to you, Pandey sir.
That's done. Your PPT is visible. Thank you. PPT is visible? Yes, sir, it is visible. Thank you. Thank you. So, good morning, respected dignitaries, the Principal Sahab of this college, Convenor, Professor Milind, and other colleagues, participants, and dear students. It's my privilege to be associated with this conference as a keynote speaker. And my area of specialization is the climate change in the mountain environment, livelihood, vulnerability, adaptation, and sustainability. So out of this, I have chosen the climate change, geo-environmental vulnerability in Himalaya. I hope you like this facts. Before coming to the geo-environmental vulnerability, let's have some glimpse of the Himalaya. So, a very brief introduction, the status of climate change in the mountain, impact of climate change, and the remedial measures. The Himalaya. As compared to other mountains in the world, Himalayas are different, distinct, and most important for human civilization. Friends, there are mountains much longer than Himalaya, like Andes. There are mountains much larger than Himalaya, like Rocky Mountain, Great Dividing Range Mountain. But it is the Himalaya which is different from other mountains because rest of the large and long mountains are located along the margins of the continent. But the Himalayas located in central of the continent. That's why Himalayas, its importance to sustaining the human population, it's important to controlling the climatic conditions, all makes Himalaya a great mountain. Friends, apart from the South Pole and North Pole, the third largest glacial area lies on Himalaya. Therefore, Himalayas are known as third pole. Overall, more than 18,000 glaciers on Himalaya. Apart from the global warming and melting of the glaciers, even today there are more than 10,000 glaciers on the Himalaya. And these glaciers are feeding the perennial rivers which are flowing at a centrifugal pattern round 360 degrees in all the directions. So Sardarya, Amudarya, Tarim Basin, Wangho, Yangtze Kiang, Mekong, Sekong, Chalvin, Chindwin, Iraude, Sangpo, that's called Brahmaputra, then Ganga river system, then Indus river system. See all the directions. Hence, it is the Himalayan mountain because of its centrality, its central location, and the rivers draining out in all the directions, sustaining exactly 50% of the world population. Therefore, Himalayas are also called human equator. Exactly 50% of the human population surviving due to the Himalaya, human equator. And for the climate change and geo-environmental vulnerability, I have collected the data from Shivalik to Shivalaya, means from Haridwar to Kailash, and from Thang to Tawang. Thang is the first village after the POK, then Tawang, in the Arunachal Pradesh. The traveling length and width are certain examples from foothills of the lower Shivalik, upper Shivalik, Himachal Himalaya, that is also called Lesser or Middle Himalaya, Himadri Himalaya, also called Greater Himalaya, Jaskar Range, Ladakh, and Karakoram. All these centers, the places, the climate, the livelihood, the data, and the qualitative data as well as quantitative data regarding climate change and climate variability. Also, their causes and consequences. So, what are the drivers of the climate change? Drivers of the climate change is the hyper-urbanization in the mountain areas. This is river Alaknanda, and over the last 2 decades, see the river Nanda, Alaknanda, its valley is filled up with buildings, constructions. Similarly, when the Britishers established the summer capital of India in Simla, Simla was lush and green forest area. And today, you can see, it's only forest of the concrete, not forest of the trees. Similarly, coming to the Leh region, not a single tree you can find in all areas having constructions, buildings and buildings. These hyper-urbanizations are changing the climatic conditions, increasing the temperature, decreasing the precipitation. And this is one quantitative data that has been received from Indian Meteorological Department, Chamba Center, and this 40 years data of 1978 to 2018. 40 years data reveals that the climate change is not a myth, now it is a reality. This red color shows the precipitation, average precipitation. After 94-95, precipitation is declining continuously. And there's a green color showing the temperature. And after 92-93, the average temperature keep on rising, and you can see the gap between the precipitation and the temperature, declining the precipitation and rising the temperature, creating a menace, the greatest threat of biodiversity, human civilization, livelihood security, lives of the glaciers, rivers, all being affected because of this climate change, increasing the temperature, decreasing the precipitation. Another qualitative data which I have collected that is experienced, the climate change, one can find very easily when John Bannon, a British citizen who introduced the apple orchards in Himachal Pradesh, that was in Mandi district in 1930s. And that was grown at the height of 1500 meters. So after 50 years, during 1980s, the apple orchards shifted to 2000 meters in the Kullu district from Mandi to Kullu. And recently, in 2020, the apple orchard has shifted to 2600 meters in the upper part of Kullu. So you can find most part of Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, The good quality of apple is being grown beyond the height of 2000 meters, 2600. If one can find in the time span of 90 years, there is an altitudinal shift of 1100 meters, 1.1 kilometer, vertical shift of the snow line, vertical shift of the tree line, vertical shift of the orchards. There are number of evidences of the climate change. The villages which were established on the perennial source of the spring, the mineral water, now these villages in Upper Beas Basin have become dried up and being supplied with the tape water supply. Similarly, in Uttarakhand, in both Almora and Garhwal, springs are drying up. People are forced to leave their village, leave their houses, and they are becoming climate refugees. And thousands of villages in Garhwal, Himalaya, have abandoned. These climate change creating economic vulnerability, ecological vulnerability, as well as social vulnerability. And we need resilience, economic resilience, ecological resilience, and social resilience. Economic, ecological, and social, all three examples I would like to give you because of ascending the tree line and the recession of the forest. There are a number of issues are emerging. So, may I ask you, all the audience, can you please identify this tree? किस चीज का पेड़ है? Look carefully the leaves. You can identify leaves. Can you identify? You cannot. You cannot identify. I'm sure you cannot identify because this is not a tree. This is not a tree. This is a person carrying fodder for the animals. The kind of life in the mountain very much depend on the natural resources, common property resources. And see, the group of the ladies, women ready for collection of fodder and fuel, and they travel to the forest every day. It's a daily routine. So you can understand what is the importance of the forest, and if the climate change is going on, recession of trees going on, recession of forests going on, they have to travel more distance, they have to spend more time. Almost 6 to 8 hours in the collection of fodder and fuel for the animals and for the cooking. So these are, on the other hand, reducing the pasture land and drying up of the springs. And in such a pasture land, over the last 2 decades, on an average, these herders, nomadic herders, they have to travel more than at least 50 kilometers more than the average. Mostly during summer grazing season. They have to travel long distance. From 150 kilometers in a year, it goes on more beyond 200 kilometers in search of grazing land and ascending the pasture land. There are a number of issues like migration due to unavailability of livelihood resources. For example, you can read, if you can understand Hindi, this is the newspaper from Garhwal, Himalaya. 35 families left their village because there is not a drop of water to drink in the lack of water. The houses are being abandoned because no one is living there, because there is no water in the village. So water crisis due to climate change, drying up of the springs are very common Even the Leh region, you can see, after the movie Three Idiots, there's a boom of the tourism in Leh Ladakh region. Both the North Leh, South Leh, have been now more number of tourists coming, and new restaurants and dhabas coming along the roadsides. So now the people are fetching water from the river Indus in the bottom of the valley and selling out the water to the roadsides. A new kind of water economics has emerged in the Leh region. All these issues can be solved. Only solution is the ecosystem restoration, ecological restoration. And these restoration have impact on the valued ecosystem. So environmental services like water, soil, and forest, social like health, and economic like livelihood. And the examples I have taken from Himachal, Leh Ladakh, and Uttarakhand, you can find livelihood sustainability, bringing the resilience, and through the ecological restoration, livelihood sustainability and resilience are increasing in the form of economic prosperity, ecological serenity, and social fence. So economic resilience, ecological resilience, social resilience, bringing economic prosperity, ecological serenity, and social fence. And a number of livelihood options, the J3 called Jal, Jungle and Jameen, agricultural productivity, agricultural diversity, crop diversity, and then the production of fruits, vegetables, flowers, animals, fish, and their marketing, making all the three: economic prosperity, ecological serenity, and social fencing. Social sustainability bringing social capital, social well-being, social fencing, and social engineering. All these four pillars are the outcome is de-stratification of the society. De-stratification of the society, unique society, and uniform society. Less division, less strata, either cost strata or economic strata. De-stratification of the society through the water set management and spring set management. So water set management through the local initiatives for ecological restoration and re-strengthening the mountain ecosystem through new initiatives and local indigenous knowledge. Similarly, apart from water set, coming to the micro level that is spring set. Spring set is a local initiative for ecological restoration, re-strengthening the mountain ecosystem through new initiatives of local indigenous knowledge. Through the local indigenous knowledge, the renaturalization process is going on. And only then we can have some goodwill, some wisdom, which can again sustain the economy, ecology, and the society. So initiatives for enhancement of ecosystem services through ecosystem restoration of Jal, Jungle, and Jameen. And there are certain examples, certain goodwill gestures, some geographical wisdom. I would like to share, quote, some examples like Sri Sachidanand Bharti ji, Dudhatoli region of Garhwal, Himalaya. He had planted several hectares of the forest in Dudhatoli region, which was a barren dry land, now having lush and green forest, and started the Chalkhal project, arresting the water at source, digging the pits, and finally, those springs which were dried up have again redraining, and he had named that river God Ganga and called the Bhagiratha of modern India. Similarly, Bhagat Singh Chaudhary, who is popularly known as Jangali, from Gurchal village of Chamoli district, Uttarakhand, he was an army man and he left his job. He resigned and joined the village back, motivated the people, and himself he had developed 1.5 hectare of the forest. Chaudhary Jagat Singh, he developed such a large size of jungle that he was known as Jangali by the government. And Chaudhary Jagat Singh Jangali, who was also honored the honorarium professor of environmental science in HNB Garhwal University, Srinagar. And now he is earning more than 15 lakh per annum from his forest, from his product. And he became a motivated, become a role model for the other people in the mountain, rather migrating to go for the agroforestry, forest agro, and the development of forest and water ecological restoration. Similarly, the Norfel Wangchuk, who brought the concept of the ISIS Stupa in Phayang village, Leh Ladakh. And later on, engineer Sonam Wangchuk, who is globally known now for the artificial glaciers. They do develop large number of artificial glaciers. And these glaciers during summer season melts down and supply of water door to door, house to house, and even for the hotels in Leh region. So the kind of climate change adaptations, ecological restoration, and community participation. Professor J.S. Rao, Mumbai University, who is expert in remote sensing GIS, is also launching a number of rivers which were dried up, redraining again. PSDC project Uttarakhand, supporting the corporate social responsibility, supporting the Chalkhal project in various parts of Uttarakhand, construction of pits, and then these pits are filled up during monsoon, and water goes, percolates, and it keep on going, contour-wise pits, and finally, all this water, underground water, finally convert as a perennial spring. Perennial spring. So villages which were dried up, now redraining is going on. The community participation of the construction of the pits, education, awareness among the youth, among the students, and women participation. All these steps are going on to regenerate, renaturalize the ecosystem services in the mountain areas. Thank you so much. Now, most welcome for any suggestions, any observation, and any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words and setting the perfect background for the conference. Before we start the technical session, I here declare the end of the inaugural session. Moving ahead with our today's presentation session, we have with us Asha Bodele, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, ICL, Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Vashi, Navi, Mumbai, who will review the technical session. I welcome you, ma'am, to our national conference. I request all the participants to be ready with their presentation. The very first presentation we have Rachna Shivaraman from ICL College, and her topic is Migration of People Leading to Establishment of Udupi estuaries in Mumbai. Over to you, ma'am. Rachna, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm just
Yeah.
switching on my camera. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, sure.
Yes. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
No, ma'am, you have to share your screen.
Okay. I'm just giving a minute. Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
Not yet, ma'am. Please share your screen, then only we can see.
Okay, okay. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
ma'am, it is visible.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to one and all. My name is Rachna Shivraman and I'm an assistant lecturer from Department of History in ICL's Motilal Junjunwala College, Vashi, Navi, Mumbai.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
see, ma'am. Ma'am, can you start your presentation? The slide will be bigger, visible to all. Slideshow mode. Slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode. Okay.
Yeah,
Ma'am, is it visible now?
yeah. Your presentation has not yet started. Just,
I
just
think,
click after that one symbol is there which you have clicked. Just after that.
ma'am, for me it is showing in my screen. I don't know why is it not visible. Uh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Slideshow. Yes, ma'am. From beginning. Is it visible now? I'm clicking on slideshow. Yes, ma'am. Now I clicked it, but still is it not sharing? Just give me a minute, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible now? Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes.
एक मिनट मैम मैम कैन आई इंटरप्ट यू जस्ट 1 मिनट
Yes.
आपने जो अभी सिंबल क्लिक किया ना उसके बाजू में एक है वो क्लिक करिए ना प्लीज
Uh,
जस्ट आफ्टर दैट
now, ma'am, is it visible? नहीं हो रहा है?
उधर से नहीं होगा मैम
Is it visible now?
यस गुड
Ma'am, is it visible?
या यू
Yes.
कैन
Thank you, and sorry for the technical glitch.
नोट्स ओके
Good morning to all. My name is Rachna Shivraman. I am an assistant lecturer from Department of History, ICL Motilal Junjunwala College of Arts, Commerce, Science, Vashi, Navi, Mumbai. The topic of my research is how migration of people led to the establishment of Udupi eateries in the city of dreams, that is, Mumbai. Now, in simple man words, migration would be movement of people from one place to another. Usually, the main goal of such migration would be to improve the living condition of the people. My research topic therefore reflects how an act of migration led to the starting of restaurant culture in Mumbai. Now, when we talk about Mumbai city, it has been growing throughout the years because of migration. And evidence of this would be the setting up of different building, different projects coming up, the cotton spinning industry, the weaving industry, the leather industry, etc. So this particular industry, that is the leather industry, did begin in a small scale sector in the place called Dharavi in Mumbai. Now, when this particular industry was established in Dharavi, it attracted and it witnessed the coming of Tamil speaking population to the city of Mumbai. And once these Tamil speaking population had come to Mumbai, this marked the beginning of or the entry of the first access of South Indian communities to Mumbai. So when these communities came, followed by them, we also had people from different parts of the globe coming to Mumbai. By different parts of the globe, I meant the Persian Zoroastrians who had come and settled in the city of Mumbai. So once these Persian Zoroastrians had come, um, when they had come, Bombay was recovering from the outbreak of plague, a deadly pandemic epidemic disease. So when this disease had outbreak, Mumbai was just recovering. And when it was recovering, there was an urgent or an immediate need of restaurant culture which was inexpensive. So these Persian Zoroastrians who had come took opportunity of this and they did establish cafes which we now popularly call as the Iranian cafes. Now, since migration was happening, it is found that population will increase. So now, when population was increasing, the city's improvement trust, that is the one who plans out, who lays out the plan for the city, decided that new places or new land has to be developed. So the creation of this new land was divided into two sectors. One was for commercial frontage and second was for residential purpose. So the land that was allocated for for commercial frontage led to the development of restaurant culture, and the one that was dedicated for residential culture saw setting up of Tamil colonies, specifically in the Matunga area. Now, the main objectives of my research is to see how these Udupi restaurants particularly came in the city of Mumbai, and in specific, I'm talking about the area of Matunga. In 1923, a major flood had arose in the city of Udupi. Now, Udupi is a small place in the state of Karnataka. When such a natural calamity like flood had happened, the working population of the working population there, the male working population, decided now they have to migrate to different places in search of livelihood. And our city of Mumbai has always been welcoming. So these men came to the city of Mumbai. Now, to add on, the people of Udupi had excellent culinary skills. So, with the help of this skill of theirs, they decided to establish what they are good at. That is, they are good at cooking. So, they decided to establish these Udupi restaurants. They particularly decided to choose Matunga area because, as we already discussed, that Matunga area, when the land was segregated for commercial and residential purpose, the residential purpose was chosen and the South Indian speaking communities established their colonies over there. So these people who came from a South Indian state called as Karnataka also decided that they would set up their restaurants in the vicinity, so that because they felt a sense of brotherhood and also they had a feeling of home away from home. Now, in terms of literature review, most of the material that I have picked up for my research work is through primary sources. I had the privilege of taking interview of Dr. Mohsina Mukaddam food historian, former head of Ruya College, and to add on to the primary resources, I had conducted interviews of these Udupi eateries in the vicinity of Matungam by asking them a set of questions which were handcrafted. So, based on the responses they gave me, my entire research is based on that. The data analysis or the data interpretation of what I have collected, I could conclude that Udupi restaurant owners shared a close knit bond because they hail from the same community and vicinity. They set up their restaurants in Matunga because earlier people from the same community had established the colonies there, and also the other migrants who came from southern part of India to the city of Mumbai decided to get employment opportunities in these restaurants or settle in the vicinity of Matunga because they felt that it was home away from home. And finally, to conclude, the Udupi restaurant owners have gained not only financially but also contributed to the society in social ways. I am putting forward this sentence because when I had gone for my interview session, there was a particular box which was covered and kept. And on asking these owners what does this box signify, they told me that whatever money is being collected in this box would be sent back to their hometown in Udupi to repair the old temples and contribute to the society in this way. I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you for your valuable time. I'm done, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presentation is by Tulare Nargis from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai, Vidyanagari, Kalina. And her topic is a study on impact of social exclusion on transgender community in India. I request all participants to finish your presentation in 5 minutes.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
I'm not able to share my PPT. Present.
Ma'am, you have to first share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to first share your screen.
Yeah,
Arrow
entire
is
screen,
there.
right?
Yeah, arrow is there. Just see. Upside arrow is there. Click that, and then you can share.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible? My PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. You can start your presentation. Just
Yes.
click on this second
Slide
icon just
Is
after
it
this minus sign, so that
not?
your paper will be completely visible.
You're talking about slideshow from beginning that you're talking.
Yes.
Now is it okay?
No, ma'am, we can't see.
Mm.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
can you see this minus and plus sign just right side bottom?
Right side.
Plus and minus sign is there, with which you can increase your page appearance. After that, there is one symbol, right?
Not able to see, ma'am.
Ma'am, at the bottom right side.
Yeah, three symbols are there.
Yeah, three symbols are there. You have clicked, I think, the last one, right? You need to go to the uh, third last. Four dots are there. After that, there is one symbol, right? Just click that.
Not able to do
मैम
that.
4 squares are there, small squares are there, right? उसके बाद में जो सिंबल आपको क्लिक करिए please.
No, ma'am. Not showing.
Okay, ma'am, you can continue with that
Now
only.
it is visible?
Yeah, you can continue. Ma'am, share again. Your slide is not visible.
Now it is visible?
And no, ma'am.
No?
No. Ma'am, open your PPT.
No, ma'am, it's already open. Is it visible
Uh,
now?
yes, now visible. Continue.
Okay. Still, actually, it is very small fonts are there. No, it is not going to next slide.
Not going to next slide.
No. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, now is it visible? Yeah, I have gone on slideshow from beginning I have done. So now is it visible? Okay. Okay. Good morning to all. My name is Nardish Kilare, and my research topic is a study on impact of social exclusion on transgender community. It is a joint paper. My research guide name is Professor Manisha Karne from Mumbai School of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, according to Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, makes universal free primary education compulsory and is usually thought of as a right about children. But till the date, 99% in Indians, we don't know exactly what it means when it comes to transgender. So the term transgender describes anyone who lives their life identifying as and expressing a different gender than the one assigned to them at birth. Till 2011, there was no data on transgender community. First time in Indian census, 2011, they get counted, and according to that, 4.48 lakh transgender people are there. Highest number is there in UP, then in Maharashtra. But when we talk about literacy rate, it is only 56%. In Mumbai, either they live in groups of 2, 4, or more than 4. According to report of The expert committee on the issues related to transgender person of Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment 2013 finds that the transgender community is one among the most marginalized and vulnerable communities in India. This research paper is based on secondary data collection, which I have collected from different research papers, journals, articles, publications, and websites. For this paper, research questions are there. First one is how social exclusion is impacting transgender community in India. What are the problems faced by transgender community for meeting daily needs? What challenges transgender community are facing in education? Why transgender community is facing challenges in getting health facilities? Primary objectives for these studies are: first one, to study the impact of social exclusion on transgender community in India, to understand the impact of social exclusion on livelihood conditions. Third, to study the challenges faced by transgender due to exclusion in education. And last one, to know the exclusion impact on health conditions of transgender community. The main reason why social exclusion is there, according to National Human Commission 2018, 50 to 60% never attended schools, and those who did faced severe discrimination. 52% transgenders were harassed by their classmates, and 15% by teachers, forcing them to discontinue their studies. According to Humsafar Trust report from June 2017 to March 2018, Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore found that around 59% of respondents in the transgender community had experienced violence. 57% in Delhi, 55% in Mumbai, and 70% in Bangalore. Level of violence has gone like we cannot even count it, because it is clearly visible when especially during India's first COVID wave. A housing society is there in Hyderabad. They stuck poster near its gate, and they have written on that, warning people to speak to transgender persons, apparently for the former safety. It is clearly written that do not allow Koja or Hijaras near the shop. If you talk to them or have sex with them, you will be infected with coronavirus. Beat and drive them away or call 100 immediately. Save people from coronavirus, Hijaras. So that was from our society. As a part of society, we gave this. Lack of livelihood resources. According to Integrated Behavioral and Biological Survey of 2015 reports, including 4,966 transgender samples from 11 states, alarming fact that was the single largest main source of income was sex work or begging. According to National Human Commission 2018, 92% of transgenders are deprived of right to participate in any form of economic activity in the country, with even qualified ones refused job. According to National AIDS Control Organization Survey 2011, 41.2% transgenders were not accepted by their family members due to their gender status. 75.2% of the respondents' family mentioned that the transgender status was not accepted, and as a result, they were forced to leave their parents' house. And because of this, 48.8% were dropout between 6 to 12 standard, and 18.4% remain illiterate. The issue of shelter is continuously, it is going more and more worse, as 80% of transgender community do not have any property. They need to pay for transgender, and in each shelter there will be 25 transgender can live. According to Integrated Behavioral and Biological Survey of 2014-15, 62% reported facing stigma at healthcare facilities, and overall HIV prevalence reported was 77.5%. It is highest as compared to other people in our country. It is highest for transgender community, and we are only responsible for this. Reasons for social exclusion of transgender community in India: first, level of violence; second, lack of valid identity cards; third, lack of livelihood sources; fourth, health conditions of transgender community; fifth, migration; and last one is lack of inclusive environment in schools and universities. So because of this social exclusion, there is a big impact, we can say that, on transgender community in India. First is because of this deprivation of this human capital to contribute in economic progress of country. Second, they develop low self-esteem. Third, continuous discrimination is there till the date. Fourth, lack of livelihood opportunities for living respectful life in society. Fifth, lack of awareness regarding government schemes for their upliftment. And last, not able to cope up with the physical, mental health problem like HIV and depression. To conclude, I want to say that to bring real change in education status of transgender community will be the first step which is required. That first we need to accept them as a human being, and then other laws will come. Need to develop inclusive curriculum which will help to reduce fear, superstitions and phobia which we all carry for them about transgender in the society. These are my references which I used. Thank you.
Thank you, Nargis.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I have done my presentation.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. The next presentation is by Duge Valencia, ICL Motilal Junjunwala College, Washi. And her topic is social media and women. Duge Valencia, are you there? Yes, Duge Valencia, are you there? The next presentation will be by Dr. Subhash Kaur from Patnali Arts, Commerce and Science College, and the topic is a study on awareness about selected labor laws and acts among women employees working at non-managerial level in the private sector. Dr. Subhash. Are you there, sir? We'll move ahead. Next presentation is by Singh Aditya from ICL College, and topic is virtual violence and women. Aditya Singh, are you there? Valencia, are you there? Okay, you are there.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Valencia, you can continue with your presentation. Next will be
Yes, ma'am.
by Sanjay Aditya Singh. Next will be by Aditya Singh. Please be
Okay.
ready. You can start. You can start.
Sure, ma'am. Just hold on, I'll share my screen.
Valencia, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay.
Um, just hold on, ma'am. Just a few seconds.
Okay.
Just a second, ma'am. I'd set it up, but I guess there's some technical glitch. Just a moment.
Are you facing any issue, Valencia?
Just a moment, I'm just changing this thing. Ma'am, can I just start it like this? Because this is not opening. When I open the slideshow, it just goes blank.
Okay, you can go with slideshow no, in that also. Yes.
Yeah. I'm from
Yeah.
AXI.
Yeah, just what happened? Valencia, can you share your PPT in WhatsApp group? I'll present and then you can say.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I've shared the PPT.
Have you shared, Valencia?
Can you see my screen now? It's shared.
Yes, yes. Now it's okay. Continue.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valencia Dhuge. I'm from SYBA, ICLS Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Vashi. And my topic for my research paper is social media and women. The objectives of my study were to highlight the situation of women using social media and to study the impact of social media on women, whether it is positive or negative, to analyze the level of safety of women, and to analyze the measures or steps that they take to deal with challenges faced in the virtual sphere, as well as to analyze the issues and challenges that they face. So when I started the study, I had four hypotheses: that social media is not considered to be a safe space by women. The second was that it is a safe space, considered a safe space by women. And the second one was that women are not adequately aware of the security options that they are provided by the social media platforms. And the fourth one was that they are aware of the security options provided. So, as far as the introduction is concerned, we see that social media refers to computer-based technology that facilitates the sharing of ideas and information with loved ones or people whom we know, and it makes sure that we can connect with people quickly. And as far as women are concerned, more than 76% women have access to social media and the internet, which as compared to men is men are 72%. So women are more in this sphere. And my research approach was qualitative. I used it was diagnostic design, and mostly this as far as my research paper is concerned, it makes use of primary data. I have collected the data using survey and observation. A case study was also conducted to describe the reasons that women articulate on why they use social media. As far as the sampling is concerned, I surveyed around 75 women from different walks of life, and their age group was around 15 to 75 years of age. And their education levels, as far as they are concerned, most of them were studying in degree colleges. They were completing their degrees. Some are completing their masters, some are in diploma, and some are in junior college. The city, as far as the residence is concerned, most of the women were based in Mumbai, and 100% of the women surveyed use social media. And the frequency of use is mostly out of the total women surveyed, 26 use social media very, very frequently, that is many, many times a day. Whereas some use moderately, like 22 women use it moderately, and 13 women use it quite frequently, but not as frequently as many times a day. As far as the data analysis is concerned, we can see that most of the women use WhatsApp. WhatsApp is considered to be very safe. This is the safest social media as far as the women voted. They said that they considered WhatsApp to be very reliable and very safe. Almost 98% women use WhatsApp, when 30% use Facebook, and 75% use Instagram, 50% use Snapchat. So these four are the most popularly used social media apps by women. And the purposes for using the same were entertainment, connecting with others, business services. So more than 73% use it for entertainment, 70% use it for connecting it with others, and there are others who use it for both. So their numbers are also calculated here. But some use it for business and work, like around 15% use it only for business purposes. And some of them use it, like 1% women said that they only use it for news and information. But when they were surveyed, they were asked whether they received, vulgar or inappropriate messages directly in the inbox. But 77.3% women said that no, they do not receive these messages directly, whereas 22% said that yes, they do receive it directly. So the more number of women said that they do not receive such messages. And those who received it, they were asked how frequently they do so. So they said 86% women said that very rarely they receive such inappropriate messages, while a less number of women said that they receive it very frequently. But if we see the instances of blocking someone are very, like 92% women said that they have blocked someone at some point of time, whereas 8% women said that they have never had to block someone. And when they were surveyed, around 84% women said that they do not receive unwelcome comments on the posts they make on social media, whereas 16% said that yes, they do. And as far as rumors being spread about oneself on social media are concerned, 83% women said that they do not face rumors being spread about them on social media, whereas 18% said that they do face it. The frequency was very less, like you can see on in these pie charts, like 90.7 women said that they do not face this very frequently, and some said that they have never faced it. Neither have they faced sexual harassment or trolling. Around 88% women said that they have not faced sexual harassment or trolling via social media. And the frequency of those who faced it is like 96% say that they face it very rarely. Only a very less number of women, around 2% women, said that they face it regularly or on a daily basis. And when they were at the conclusion of their survey, when it was asked whether they will continue using social media, 88% women said that yes, they will continue using it, and 92% of them said that they will continue using it as long as they feel like. So from this data, the observations that I've collected are that 100% of the women use social media. They do not receive vulgar or unwelcome comments as much. And as we can see, 46% respondents had private accounts. So they are aware of their security options that the social media platforms provided them. They know that 7% have blocked people, 11% have stepped up their security settings, and 29% women are cautious about who they let in on your social media. So this shows that they are very much aware of their uh, provisions that are made on social media, and 88% said that they will continue using it. 92% said that they will continue using it as long as they like it. So from this, some of the suggestions that I collected from this data are that efforts should be made to make people aware of the etiquettes of social media. A message should reach the young generation that there are appropriate and inappropriate ways of using social media and the impact it has on not only women but everyone around them. And women should be made more and more aware of the social media settings, how they can protect themselves. At the same time, social media giants who use these platforms, who own these platforms, should step up their security settings. So as far as data analysis and interpretation was concerned, hypothesis number H1 and H3, that women consider social media safe and women are aware of the security settings, proves to be true. And H0 and H2, that is, women are not adequately aware of social media security settings, or they do not like using social media, is not true. It can be a very useful tool if used mindfully, and with women becoming more and more cautious, dangers of facing threats via social media is decreasing by the day. And women will continue using it to connect with loved ones, entertain themselves, and for work purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Valency. The next presentation will be by Aditya Singh from ICL Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Washi, and the topic is virtual violence and women. Over to you, Aditya Singh.
Morning, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yes, Aditya Singh, what happened? Hello. I don't know. Yes, you can continue now.
Good morning. My name is Aditya Singh. I'm from ICL College, ICL Motilal College. Topic of my research is virtual violence on women. My objective and aims for this presentation is to highlight the concept of virtual violence faced by women and to highlight that how virtual violence is faced by women irrespective of what age they belong. Another thing I want to highlight is that how it affects the mental health of women and it leads to depression and psychological disorders. uh, to give suggestions on virtual violence faced by women to be reduced to a certain extent to ensure the illegal practices such as cyberbullying and uh, blackmailing gets banned. Hypothesis which I had made for this presentation was that virtual violence had affected the mental health of women. The women who face virtual violence or cyberbullying go into depression and become socially detached. Due to lack of action from cybercrime units end, the hackers are misusing their rights online and which is leading to increase in the number of women facing these problems. I'd like to move on to the introduction. Basically, the virtual violence means the where women are blackmailed and are asked to share their unethical pictures by the hackers uh, through their phones and gadgets. The hackers blackmail them through various threats. And if they deny to share those pictures, they give them threats to leave their private pictures on internet.
Uh, your voice is not coming, Aditya. Aditya, you're not audible. Hello, Aditya. Aditya, can you hear us? Yeah, now okay.
Yes. So the so, here is the case study I have done on virtual violence on women. The percentage of disposal of courts of the cases of cybercrime against women is lower than the other cybercrime cases. The percentage is still lower. Uh, the percentage of cyber crime and cyberbullying has jumped in the from 2019 to 2021, which means the conviction rate has went up from 10.8% in 2019 to 32.2%, 35.2% in 2021. The majority of cybercrime incidents which are reported are 32,230 cases out of 52,000 974 cases had fraud as their primary motivation, followed by the sexual exploitation to 8.6%, 555 cases of cases, and extortion of to 5.4%. Here is the data analysis I have collected, uh, which shows that from 2000, approximately from 2017 to 2021, the crime rate and the cyberbullying and the various uh, crimes have increased. The Here is the list of the states which had their these problems and these crimes registered in their police stations. According to the data analysis we have seen in 2017 in the previous slide, it is shown that 4% of women faced blackmailing in 2017. 17% of women on social media faced cyber pornography, according to this survey. 12% of women on social media faced issues of cyber stalking in 2017. 5% of the hackers made fake profiles of these women on social media. The remaining 62% were the other cybercrimes faced by the women. According to the data analysis of 2006, from 2016 to 2021, the bar graphs show that the rate of these incidents of cybercrime uh, has risen in from 2016 to 2021. By looking at this graph, we can say that the cybercrime against women has considerably increased in the period of 2016 to 2021. The main reason why these crimes have increased is because of COVID-19 pandemic, as the number of virtual volumes has increased from 3 lakh in 2017 to more than 4 lakh in 2021. The observations I had made from the bar graph I had shown, according to the states which had their cases registered in the police stations, the survey shows that in 2021, the crime cases recorded in Bangalore were 6,000, around 6,000 cases, 6,000 cases. Hyderabad shows that their surveys are around 3,000 cases. In Mumbai, there were 2,000 cases recorded. In Lucknow, there were 1,100 cases around recorded. In Ghaziabad, 451 cases. Similarly, the other chart shows that in 2019, 2020, and 2021, in the crime cases were reported in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Not only in India but also in other foreign countries, the crime cases of these cyberbullying and cyber stalking were recorded. These shows the data of those cases. As shown in the above data, we can say that the cyber crimes on women have increased not only in India but also in foreign countries. The slides show the data of women in foreign countries who face these kinds of cyber violence. The pie chart notices the maximum number of cybercrime cases in COVID-19 pandemic has increased. The suggestions I would like to provide that on these cases is that security and privacy of for every one should be increased, especially the special security for women should be ensured. Cybercrime units which are there should be more active to investigate such crimes. Courts should ensure that people committing such cyber crimes should be punished, and security and privacy in those social media apps should be ensured. I'd like to conclude by saying that all those four hypotheses which I mentioned in the above slide, which are virtual violence has affected the mental health of women. The women has faced virtual violence and had become socially detached. The lack the lack of action of cybercrime units and the miserable state they had faced is true and is, is true and we need the cybercrime units to be more active so that these cases can be controlled and not only in India but also in other countries. The references I had taken for these researches are mentioned below. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Now we are taking a break of 30 minutes. We'll meet at 1:10, and the rest of the participants are requested to send their PPT in WhatsApp group so that we can share on our side if you are facing any problem. So we'll meet at 1:10.
Sure, ma'am.
Subudhi from Central University of Tamil Nadu, and the topic is the role of self-esteem on early adolescent delinquency. Over to you, Agnes Ruta. Are you there, ma'am? Agnes Ruta is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is Agnes Siruta from Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to present our research paper on the role of self-esteem on early adolescence delinquency. The study was conducted at Tirvaru district, and the total number of 20 students participated in the study. The problem overview. Adolescence period is a period where children experience physiological and psychological changes. The hormonal functioning brings about mood swings, which affect the general functioning of a child. During this point, children also start to think seriously about their future and developing their identities. During the period also, young adults, once faced with problems of peer rejection, abuse, family breakdown, poverty, and such challenges, some tend to
Excuse me,
remember.
ma'am.
Yes?
Ma'am, do you have any PPT?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Continue, ma'am.
Okay. The feelings of inadequacy and rejection hence develop deviant behaviors. Due to various reasons, juvenile delinquency has been marking an increase in different parts of the world. But in developing countries, the situation is much worse. Due to the increase of juvenile delinquents and low self-esteem being among the cause, the study aimed to fill the gap. A descriptive case study design was used. A sample of 20 students aged 12 to 14 years participated. The study employed the triangulation of methods in data collection whereby a questionnaire, interview, and observation were used. A Rosenberg self-esteem scale was used to measure students' level of self-esteem, and the same tool was used to understand the underlying feelings of the students. Study findings. The study find out that children with low self, excuse me once.
Okay, ma'am, no issues.
Okay, 1 minute, please. The study, can you hear me, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. The study findings showed a positive relationship between self-esteem and delinquents' behavior. Students with high self-esteem are less likely to engage in deviant behaviors, and once involved, their response to the situations allows reformation. Positive personal self-evaluation also marked a significant role in decisions made by individuals, hence expression of their behavior. Inner satisfaction normally portrayed in behavior patterns of individuals. For youth with low self-esteem, personal normal weaknesses and disapproval from peers, family, and the community had devastating impacts on their personality and behavior. Hence, their ego was severely tortured by normal setbacks and normal individual experiences. Those with high self-esteem revealed good control of their emotions and good ability to handle their emotions. Outside validation had impact on those with high self-esteem, but it was not a source of defining their personal self-worth. Conclusion. Helping young adults to develop their level of self-esteem is very important in delinquency reduction. As 12 and 14 years, most children are still in school, the study suggests for curriculum review, the school curriculums should set stress-free environments for students to develop to their full potentials without fear of rejection. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Our next presentation will be by Delastar Khushi from ICL Motilal Junjunwala College, Washington. And the topic is girls' education.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible.
Just a second, ma'am. I'll on my PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
Not yet.
Yeah. You have to. Yes, now. Now it
Okay.
is visible.
Just a second.
Yeah, just start with the reading view. Just after
Yeah,
the slideshow.
sure.
Yeah, that one. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I'll begin. Education
Yeah.
of women is the best way to save the environment. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present on the dais and everyone over here. It gives me an immense pleasure to present my research paper on girls' education through this e-national conference. The author of this research paper is Mrs. Asha V. Bodele, ma'am, Assistant Professor and HoD of Sociology Department from ICLS Motilal Junjunwala College, Vashi, Navi, Mumbai. And I am the co-author, Ms. Khushi Kelaskar from SYBA Bachelor of Arts from ICLS Motilal Junjunwala College. So, beginning with girls' education, introduction. Girls' education is nothing, not a complex word, it is just girls getting education. So, through education, what girls can improvise is they get independent, financially strong, and they are less dependent on the family or their husbands. In India, there is a backwardness in girls pursuing higher education, a taboo to be precise. Most of the girls' population are restricted from getting education while some are allowed only up to SSC matrix level, and then the next step in their life is to married. So basically इंडिया में यहाँ पर एक टैबू बोला जाता है कि गर्ल्स को एजुकेशन ज्यादा नहीं देना है या फिर उनको सिर्फ एसएससी तक ही लिमिटेशन रखना है एंड उसके बाद उनको मैरिड ऑफ करना इज द ओनली सोल्यूशन नेक्स्ट द एम ऑफ माय रिसर्च इज टू अनइवील द challenges faced in girls education तो बेसिकली गर्ल्स एजुकेशन अगर उन लोग को नहीं मिल रहा है या फिर उसमें चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं तो एक जेंडर डिस्पैरिटी क्रिएट हो जाती है सोसाइटी में वी गेट अनइक्वालिटी देन गर्ल्स को जो है एजुकेशन जो है उनको अगर नहीं मिल रही है तो एक डिफरेंट स्ट्राटा और डिफरेंट लेवल्स ऑफ सोसाइटी पे अपॉर्चुनिटी कम मिलने लगती है इट एम्पावर्स अगर गर्ल्स एजुकेशन ज्यादा प्रायोरिटाइज किया so we empower marginalized women and help them build future for themselves and their families. Through girls' education, there is self-sufficiency and no dependency. Next, I would have is the objectives through girls education we can promote education among the underprivileged strata of the society which can be the girls studying in the villages which are underprivileged they have no resources on getting education the adivasis tribal people so through education the lives of women can be changed in a positive manner it also increases the participation of women in an socio-economic aspect which is very beneficial for the nation. So the literature review is without education, girls are at a higher risk of child marriage, poor health, early pregnancies, and poverty, which can be a big challenge to the nation. It creates more rigidity in the society where women are objectified and are limited to households and slavery works. According to a report, worldwide, 129 million girls are out of school, and only 49% of countries have achieved gender parity in primary education. Here comes the big barrier. Out of 195 countries, only 49% of the countries have achieved gender parity, means gender equality in primary education. So, education at all levels should really be important because primary education is we can say just basic and it cannot lead you to a better job a better future so creating awareness and education is the main aim for the research methodology, I have taken primary and secondary sources. The data collection was through articles, statistics, online surveys with local teachers and institutions. Then is the data analysis and interpretation. Basically, we are here seeing the literacy rate of India from 1981 to 2017. Here we can observe that although there is a overall growth of education from 1981 to 2017, but if you observe closely, the male literacy growth is growing, whereas the female literacy growth is fluctuating, and it is very low comparatively in terms of education, which is a very bad sign for the nation. Since half of the active force is female, and they are not being educated or illiterate, they will end up being a burden on the country's economic progress. Tackling. So this is a very big issue right now, and how we can tackle the solutions. So extending social safety and developing child centered education with healthcare facilities. So basically अगर एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड हो भी रही है तो एक जो लड़की है उसको एक फियर रहता है कि am I coming here for education, am I safe here? So government should provide social safety programs in schools, child centered education. So if suppose a child has lost his or her parents or his family from disaster or any other natural cause, the child should be taken care by the government, and his education should be the topmost and top tier priority, so that in future when he or her grows up, he can be self sufficient, he can get a stable job, and he can be a sole breadwinner of his also of his family. Spreading awareness in villages. तो बेसिकली विलेजेस में ज्यादातर मैंने ये देखा है कि यूपी बिहार, व्हेन आई कंडक्टेड मेनी सर्वेज विद द लोकल टीचर्स, सो द पीपल इन यूपी बिहार दे आर लाइक कि नहीं, हमारे लड़की को सिर्फ 10th तक ही पढ़ाना है एंड देन उसे फिर से गांव में भेजना है, एंड देन शी विल बी ओनली लिमिटेड टू हाउस होल्ड, फीडिंग द कैटल्स, लुकिंग आफ्टर द फार्म्स, looking at any of the siblings at home, looking at the elderly people. So this is a retarded thinking of the villages, we can say. We can also see it in the towns and urban areas, but the percentage is high in villages. So there should be awareness programs wherein village people are getting information as to how education can lead to progress of not only of the individual but the whole nation. There is an urgency to bring Indian villages to the center stage in the agenda. So basically कोई भी स्कीम अगर हम पास कर रहे हैं तो सेंटर स्टेट एजेंडा होना चाहिए कि सब जगह एक कॉमन होना चाहिए. अभी but of this, government of India has taken many initiatives. They have launched many educational schemes, be it in terms of education, girls development. There are immense. We have also seen positive development towards it, but I'd like to point out some errors or some misinterpretations over here. The RTE, the Right to Education Act, we have seen ki it has been a boon to the education industry, but we also have seen some negative aspects like scam and fraudulent cases, wherein एक ही कोई भी विलेज में या किसी भी देर आर ऑल्सो बॉलीवुड मूवीज ऑन दिस कि आरटीई के थ्रू प्रिविलेज स्टूडेंट इज गेटिंग एजुकेशन एंड एन अंडर प्रिविलेज स्टूडेंट इज जस्ट बीइंग डिटोरिएटेड, ही इज बीन निग्लेक्टेड. सो यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है, जो निग्लेक्टेड स्ट्राटा ऑफ द सेक्शन के जो स्टूडेंट्स है, जो गर्ल्स है, बी इट बी गर्ल्स और बॉयज, वो और नीचे जा रहे हैं, एंड द प्रिविलेज वन विच कैन अफोर्ड, they are trying to cheat the government, and they are coming under the RTE, which is a big scam. Then we have the beti bachao beti padhao आंदोलन. तो ये 2015 में लॉन्च हुआ था, राइट? तो what I have observed कि this has almost एक दो साल का hype था. We used to see billboards, we used to see many advertisement, YouTube पे ads आती थी. There used to be many rallies about it, many awareness about it. But करंटली अब हम देखेंगे तो हम ये नहीं बोल सकते हैं कि इंडिया में गर्ल्स एजुकेशन पूरी तरह से हम लोग को मिल गया है. वी आर इक्वली कंपेयर्ड अकॉर्डिंग टू द बॉयज एंड द गर्ल्स. सो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ क्यों ये कम हो गया है, या तो फिर अगर कोविड आया है तो कोविड के बाद जो स्कीम्स है वो क्यों, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ वो 2015 के हिसाब से प्रॉपर था, लेकिन देन वी हैड द पैंडेमिक कमिंग इन बिटवीन. सो आफ्टर द पैंडेमिक, आर दोस अर्लियर लॉज ऑफ बेटी बचाओ एंड बेटी पढ़ाओ आर इम्प्लीमेंटेड प्रॉपरली? जो गवर्नमेंट, बट ऑफ इस गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज डूइंग अ ट्रेमेंडस जॉब इन प्रोवाइडिंग schemes for every strata of the society, but the authorities, are they taking it seriously? Are they providing it properly to the underprivileged students only, or are they filling their own pockets? So this is where there should be planning proper. There should be surveys done by the government itself ki are the schemes are implemented properly or not. Then the next problem is updating the current schemes time to time. if a scheme, अगर कोई एक scheme 2018 में आ रही है, we have seen the pandemic coming. तो 18 में the situation, the GDP, the inflation, the national income of the country was different. But now in 2023, it would be a whole different, we can see statistics different हो सकते हैं. तो वही स्कीम को हम 2023 में अप्लाई बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो उसमें कंटिन्यूस अपडेट्स आने चाहिए. देन जब ऑब्स्टेकल्स की बात करते हैं हम गर्ल्स एजुकेशन में, तो सोशल सेफ्टी आ जाती है. देन देयर इज पॉवर्टी. देन देयर इज अनदर इशू, सैनिटेशन एंड टॉयलेटरीज. तो इंडिया में जब हम डिजीजेस की बात करते हैं, तो द मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट डिजीजेस आर cardiovascular diseases and cervical cancer. So when we talk about cervical cancer in is seen on a larger scale in women. So the main reason is that there is no privacy, there is no sanitization, there is no hygiene in terms of toilets provided, be home, or there are common toilets. तो जितने ज्यादा सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन पे हम फोकस करेंगे, तो उतनी ज्यादा गर्ल्स की हेल्थ भी बेटर रहेंगे. दे विल बी हैप्पी, दे विल बी हेल्दी इन टर्म्स. दीज hazardous diseases like cervical cancer should be eradicated from the root cause, because this is a great issue, and it can weaken the girls immune system and overall development. um, as Shiksha ma'am mentioned earlier, environmental issue and problems are also there, but it doesn't encourage education. तो अगर एक इंसान, ओके फाइन, इफ ही इज एन इलिटरेट, इफ अ गर्ल इज इलिटरेट, बट अभी हम करंट सिचुएशन देयर इज इन्फ्लेशन, देयर इज ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, इंक्रीज इन पोल्यूशन, ऑल काइंड ऑफ पोल्यूशन. अगर उस इंसान को, अगर उस गर्ल को पता ही नहीं है कि व्हाट इज पोल्यूशन, व्हाट इज degradation, what is deforestation, what is environmental challenges, so how will she or he will develop personally? वो डेवलप कैसे कर पाएंगे अपने आप को, सेल्फ को, और अपने आसपास के लोगों को? So through this research, I've concluded a good qualitative and quantitative education for women can lead a nation to prosperity and goodwill. Although we have improved a lot on women education since our independence, but a lot of work has yet to be done. Factors restricting the growth of women education should be eliminated from the root, so as to have a nation running smoothly in terms of socio-economic problems as well. Next, I would like to conclude my research with a statement. An educated woman can make and row her own boat. Meanwhile, an illiterate woman can just be a mere pebble thrown in the lake by the social evils of society. Here I conclude my research presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Khushi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presentation is by Ananya Kulshrestha, again from ICL Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Washi, and the
Hello,
topic
ma'am.
is unemployment. Yeah, hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is screen visible?
Yes, but you have to share your screen.
Okay, it's not. Okay, ma'am, now is it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm starting.
Yeah, continue.
People are the resource for any country's economic development. If people grow, country grows in every aspect, whether it's cultural, social, or economic development. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Ananya Kulshrestha from third year BA Economics of ICL Vashi, would like to share a presentation on unemployment in India and impact of post-COVID-19 on youth employment. The most complicated socio-economic aspect in India is unemployment. The problem can't be removed by a golden touch instantly. The pressure on the unemployed could only be minimized by durable planning. In 2018, it was mentioned by Arun Khurana that in India, any person working about 8 hours a day for 270 days annually is considered as employed on a standard person year basis. Thus, a person to be called an employed person must be get meaningful work for a minimum of 2184 hours in a year. The person who does not get work for this duration is known as an unemployed person. Unemployment is like a giraffe, which is easier to make out than to describe. The crisis of unemployment has been existence for existence for a long time. The past few years, there has been a slowdown in the growth of employment in India, despite the boost in the economic sector. At the same time, due to this COVID 19 pandemic lockdown, there had been a devastating effect on the unemployment rate in India, as most of the private companies have fired their employees. The main sufferers of this lockdown are the informal sector employees, as the majority of them started losing jobs since construction works were closed. With no capital, thousands of people deserted cities, marching to their homelands for several hundreds of miles away in the absence of government transportation, which showed their intensity of anguish. COVID-19 pandemic pushed the world into an unprecedented crisis and uncertainty. During the early 6 months, economies struggled with to stay strong while battling the healthcare crisis and other elephantine issues like unemployment, which was a major concern for about 27 countries. India witnessed a similar, albeit more concerning situation. People were confined to their homes in a matter of days as a result of the sudden containment imposed across the country. The pandemic forced many people to be thrown out of the job market overnight. If we traced back 3 years, the labor market was already depressed before the outbreak, with significant unemployment due to the economic slump. The pandemic exacerbated the issue to a great extent. The research is a literature based study investigating the current issue. Parallelly, I also relied on secondary data from various books, journals, and authentic websites. It was found, according to Business Today report, India's unemployment rate rose to its highest level since 1991 during 2020 as COVID-19 caused a halt to economy. According to Center for Economic Data and Analysis report, India's unemployment rate sharply rose to 7.11 percentage in 2020 from 5.27 percentage in 2019. In the months of July August 2020, it starts reducing, but with the second wave of COVID 19, the problem again started to grave. The most serious problem of the country is facing today is the problem of unemployment, as the planners have been much concerned about this. And in each plan, the emphasis has been put forward to remove unemployment by increasing the growth rate. Most of the planners argue that a higher growth rate can clear the backlog of unemployment and provide employment to the people, but unfortunately, till now, this argument had not proved so far. This, this was given by Gabriel K. 1970 in January 1. Although India is ranked among the first 8 industrially advanced countries of the world, it remains by and large underdeveloped. This is the chart which is showing the unemployment rate, in which we can see that after April there is a sudden rise in the unemployment rate. There are some measures. Measures are: the government should increase investment in healthcare, make it mandatory for businesses to provide social security benefits to their employees, a large investment in technology infrastructure, decentralize the industrial sector to reduce unemployment. If the industrial sector is centralized in one place, in the underdeveloped areas, there will be fewer job opportunities. To boost employment, we must boost agricultural and industrial production. The best way to reduce unemployment is to foster small local businesses in rural areas. Self employment should be supported. To help these people, the government should provide them with financial aid, raw materials, and training in their chosen fields. Rural areas of India should enhance funding for the Manrega, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. They should be approached to strengthen the self help groups. I would like to conclude that India is on the path of progression. The economy needs to use its available resources to the full extent. For any economy, unemployment is a grave problem. The pandemic was wrought havoc on the public health system and various other sectors of the economy. Due to the COVID 19 pandemic, many people's lives and livelihoods in India and around the world were affected. All sectors of the economy and the working population have been adversely affected. Those already at the advantage in the labor market are at a greater risk due to their status as a migrant workers, lower wages, lower education achievement, etc. Nevertheless, governments and citizens alike must boost productivity and raise living standards to achieve long term sustainable economic growth. If India aspires to a $5 trillion economy, structural and institutional changes must be made to the current growth path. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. I request all the participants to restrict their presentation in 5 minutes. The next presentation is by Mom alias Tayar from ICL College, Washington, and the topic is population. Over to you, Mom alias.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic is on poverty. There was an issue when I was just filling the form. There was an issue of autocorrect, so it has been filled. So
Okay, no
my
issue.
research is on poverty. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Ma'am, could you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So poverty makes a person weak, but it cannot win to culture. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Aliza Mom from TYBA Economics of ICL College Vashi, is going to present research on poverty in India. I have done my research under the guidance of Ms. Asmita Sharma. She is a faculty in economics of ICL Motilal Junjunwala College, Vashi. So, what is poverty? Like, poverty is a state or a situation in which a person or a group of a people don't have enough money for the basic things they need to live. Like, we used to see a person, they do not have the money, we call them a poor. But the thing is that we are also somewhere responsible for their poverty. Like, we can also help them, we can also gain them, we can also share them the things that they can cope up from the poverty. Like in poverty doesn't means or doesn't take a sense like they should have enough money for their job to meet their basic needs. Like people, they can go to school but they can't do their prior activities, so they can also somewhere they are also poor. That like some peoples are sending, like lower middle class parents are sending their children to school for their education, but they can't send their children for the curriculum activities. So somehow there is also something of poverty. Like peoples and family who are poor, they do not have a good place to live, they can't drink a clean water, they can't have a healthy food or medical care. Our global multidimensional poverty index, according to multidimensional poverty index 2022, around 415 million people in India climb out of poverty between 2005 and 6. But in 2020, 2019 and 21, with the incidence of poverty falling from 55% to just over 16% over this period. Like my aim and objective for this poverty is to study about poverty rate in India and to analyze the impact of poverty in India and to find the measure to prevent the poverty in India. Like in literature review, I have shown that the poverty is little bit declining in India. About 84 million people are in extreme poverty, accounting for about 6% of the total population as of May 2021. It is according to the global MPI, which is our multidimensional poverty index, and our India is ranked 66th out of 109 in country. It means that our India is coping with the poverty. Uh, it is coping with the poverty from our government is also very helpful in that. My research methodology is my secondary data researches that I have taken from the different literature review, which is already published in the Journal of International in April 2018. This is a data analysis and it is an interpretation where my it shows that it is estimated till 2011 and 12, which is reported by the 2013 Planning Commission, which is his note on the poverty rates. It is estimate for 2017 and 18, which are derived estimate for the buried consumption survey report prepared by the NSO, which is National Statistical Office, using the inflation adjusted statewise. Poverty line is drawn by the planning, which have by the Planning Commission, and under this Planning Commission 2013, it is based on the Tendulkar Committee methodology of estimating poverty. Like I'll end with the conclusion. It is a through a sharp bend, it sees that the poverty rate from 1981 to 2009, but the poverty is still large. The government makes a scheme to eradicate poverty from the poor people are eradicated instead. In order for the bright future, we need to remove a poverty completely and build a poverty-free nation. For that, we can give a suitable step to meet a minimum needs to the poor. Like we can help them, like if they don't know have if they have the less education or if they doesn't have any education from that, so we can also help them. We can also say to the government, in this area this is thing is happening, so we should help them, we should give them a knowledge. As we are a college student, so we are the youth of India, if we will be like very strong in that, so our India future will also be a good. So in that we can also provide a primary health center by the different NGOs for their health, and we can increase the productivity to the poor to remove the poverty, and we should give them a knowledge like poors को भी jobs मिलते हैं via government scheme. They give them a skills. People can go over there and they can do a job also. वो कभी कुछ सिलाई सिखाते हैं as for the girls, और मेंस को कुछ ऐसा कुछ काम जो उनके ट्रेडिंग में या इंडस्ट्रीज में जो छोटे लेवल में जो काम्स होते हैं, जो वर्क्स होते हैं, वो उनको देने के लिए स्किल सिखाई जाती है विच कम अंडर द गवर्नमेंट स्कीम. सो वी शुड लाइक हम वहाँ पे जाना चाहिए उनके छोटे छोटे एरियाज़ में, उन्हें बताना चाहिए कि ऐसे भी चीज़ें होती है. सो यू कैन गो एंड यू कैन, आप अपना जो स्टेबल है, आप अपनी पॉवर्टी लाइन से भी आप ऊपर आ सकते हो बाय हेल्पिंग. दैट देयर इज़ नॉट एन इंस्टिंक्ट लाइक वी यूज्ड टू से कि हाँ ये बेगर है, हाँ ये भिखारी, तो ये गरीबी होगा. नहीं, हम भी उन्हें उठा सकते हैं उनके करंट सिचुएशन से. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Alliance. The next presentation will be by Tiwari Diksha from ICL College, Vashi, and her topic is communal violence against women. Over to you, Diksha. Diksha, are you there? Diksha? Okay, we'll move ahead with next presentation by Athiko Stephen, St. Xavier's College, and the topic is financial inclusion, a critical view in the context of Indian experience. Over to you, Athiko.
Yes. 1 minute. Oh my God. Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm not able to upload. Can I present without a PPT?
You can share your PPT in WhatsApp group. I will present, no worries.
Okay. Then hold on, please. 1 minute, sorry. Oh my God. It's 1 minute. Yes. Yeah, I have sent it.
It's just 1 minute.
Yeah. Good afternoon. The title is Indian Banks, the Reform and Impact in the Context of Financial Inclusion. Introduction. The Indian bank industry has so far maintained its resilience as banks saw healthy balance sheet expansion due to a widespread acceleration in credit, Financial inclusion aims to narrow the wealth inequality within a nation and provide basic financial services to all citizens. There are many contradictions in India's credit market results. India now has a credit to GDP ratio of 56%. The pandemic's effects in 2020, just meager credit growth taken place at just 5.56%, which has shown the lowest ever seen 1962. India's gross non-performing assets remain alarming. Financial sector improvement has been challenging and continues to be hampered by COVID-19. Objectives: to view critically the banking system through the prism of literature, to know how political interference brings about inclusive development, to study banking operations in line with newly thriving national priorities or not, to examine how far the merger of public sector banks works, to suggest some insights to take forward, and the methodology data purely secondary. What change? Change is inevitable in the banking sector. Reforms are needed. Reforms should do away with corruption, eradicate poverty, destroy the caste system, and lift people out of poverty. Why bank nationalization? Significant structural change to the Indian financial system aims at greater distribution of credit and an increase in the credit flow. Why the territorial and regional dispersion networkings and monopoly and better administration? However, many people continue to lack access to formal credit and still unbank. Banking on change. The study points out that the government favors corporate actors at the expense of government-owned sector banks. A sound financial system indicates robust bank profitability, shows the stability of the economy. Public sector banks merge 28 to 12 has ripple effects with regarding to branches, credit-related staff, and services to the customers. There is a significant growth in 54% increase in bank BC, bank correspondence. Priority sector lending has increased credit availability, yet it has also increased non-performing loans and jeopardized banks' efforts to establish effective risk management procedures. While public sector banks increase the PSL by 24%, whereas private sector banks rise by 61.6% in 2021 and 22 from 2016. Credit bubble dynamic before 2005 and passed through the economic meltdown has yet to reach its definitive even today. Northeastern states, southern states, and central regions increased while western and northern region decreased from 2021. Therein, the south zone, all regions show below all India average of 78.5%. And conclusion, reading the signs of the times, the restructuring and redefining of the banking system is in particular credit facilities for pro masses of the nation rather than favoring a few elites in the progressive approach to inclusive economic growth. The study points out that strengthening India's banking system regarding greater criteria for loan underwriting, surveillance, and repayment, along with a stronger ability to control threats, is a difficult undertaking that must be undertaken. We suggest that online platforms for loans deal may strengthen in minimizing bad loans. We found that the bank changes were poorly planned and they're reprivatizing a bank that is owned by the public quickly without first setting up a self-governing system framework for it could make matter worse than ever before. This gives a new window to revisit. Slippage in reform resources should be monitored closely. And this is the first presentation. Shall I go for the second one also? Hello?
Yes, sir. You can go for second also.
Okay. I will send it to you by what they call WhatsApp.
Yeah, sure.
One minute. I have sent it, ma'am. The second one is financial inclusion, a critical view in the context of Indian experience. Ma'am, can I go straight to objectives of the study? In general, this study aims at investigating the impact of financial inclusion to see how and in what way the power of financial inclusion reaches out to society, particularly to underprivileged people. In the light of the recent financial inclusion of the Indian government initiatives, critically look at how different studies have pointed out the success and the lacuna of the performance to suggest and recommend the authorities that intend to serve financial inclusion in a diverse nation like India must be understood as a spectrum of service. Sources of data, secondary data again, Microscope 2020, the Global Findex 2021, and also RBI, journals and magazines, etc. Some takeaway from this study, uniqueness and good practices, for example, in Peru, Peruvians' electronic money, which have enabled a prompt reaction to the crisis, mirror the depth and equality. Bono Familia Universal, used in Brazil, channel of payment via bank account or mobile phone account. Again, another example, the Philippines specialized in products and outlets, deflecting lower-income people has worked for them. Emerging economies, 71% adults, formal bank account. The proportion of adults who make digital transactions rose from 35% in 2014 to 57% in 2021. Creating an enabling policy environment. India, for example, is credited with developing a viable universal identification strategy while paying proper consideration to privacy and security. Pushing for the digitalization of payment. Around 865 million people in emerging countries open bank accounts in order to get money from the government, prioritizing women and disadvantaged people's access. There is a disparity, but a decrease. Financial inclusion, Indian perspective. Over 420 million Indians now have access to digital banking, opening the door for financial inclusion online. No deposits, no withdrawal from 22% in 2014 to 38% in 2017. PMJDY opening of bank accounts of 44.6 crores with rupees 1.58 trillions in deposits. March 31st, 2022, all bank groups met the mandated, that is a public sector lending objective of 40%. The index values of access is 73.3, which is way higher than that of quality and usage, with 50 and 43 respectively. Promoting usage and enhancing quality should be made to deepen financial inclusion. And conclusion, financial inclusion does not simply access update, but also utilization and sustainability. Adoption that does not result in usage is of little value, and usage that is unsustainable. The digital revolution has changed, improved, and benefited on the road to economic development as well as financial inclusivity in leaps and bounds. All the same, there are areas that pose great challenges and also opportunities to have a novelty, restructuring, and also improvise the old traditional approach to enable in the context of the place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Come.
Is Diksha Tiwari is there?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
we'll move. Okay. Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sister. Paper presentation.
Oh, no wonder why you were talking to me before.
Why?
Atiko sir, please unmute
Ma'am,
yourself.
ma'am,
Yeah, Diksha, you can continue. What happened? Diksha?
ma'am,
Can I share my PPT to you, please?
Yeah.
Because I can't share.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. PPT to you. Good afternoon to one and all. My name is Diksha Tiwari, studying in ICL College, Motilal Junjunwala. My topic is violence against communal violence against women. We have seen women are facing many violence like and domestic, communal, and every. So I have violence occurring with the general community, including inter alia rape, sexual abuse, and sexual harassment, intimidation at work, in institution, or else trafficking in women for purpose of sexual exploitation and sex tourism, Communal violence is a form of violence that prepared across the ethnic and communal tries to fill a soldiery. Respective groups and victims are chosen upon membership. We have seen movements are facing many violence and Gujarat incidents. In Gujarat, the communal violence that broke out in Gujarat in 2002 was characterized by the sexual violence against women. Many women were kidnapped in that incident, and some women were victim for that, but they're afraid of telling to police and institution that they can help because they were afraid of getting embarrassed in and specific events to have been script and public humiliation. Finally, communal combat and documentation and testimonies of many such survivors and witnesses in the November 2002 and edition special report the title Violence Against Women. Violence against women during the partition India. During the partition India, violence against women war executive situation is established during the partition between 75 lakhs and 10,000 women were kidnapped and raped by the males during the period where documentation with the having counseling in those attacks. My research is communal violence is a form of violence is prospected across the ethnic or communal lines. The violence parties feel soldiery for these respective groups and victims are chosen based upon groups membership. Communal violence involves people belongs to two different religions, communities mobilistic against each other and carrying the feelings that hostility and emotional fury, exploitation, social discrimination and social neglect. Using those as basis, we shall distinguish between 5 interrelated types of violence: physical violence, verbal violence, including hate speech, psychological violence and sexual violence, socio-economic violence. My data analysis: nearly 31 crore complaints of crimes committed against women were received by the National Commission for Women. In 2022, the highest seen in 2014 in 2021. The NCGW has received 30 crores 86 complaints in 2002. The numbers have suddenly increased in 30 crore 95 957. Women, my references are this: Wikipedia, Topper and Byju's. Thank you everyone for listening me.
Thank you, Diksha. The next presentation is by Sanjay Kumar from Central University of Rajasthan, and the topic is a comprehensive study on emergence of non-fungible tokens as a digital asset.
Hello, ma'am. Actually, Sanjay Kumar is busy in an unavoidable meeting. I am co-author. I want to present. My name is Sujit Kumar,
Okay, sir, you can.
and thank you for giving me chance to present on the topic a comprehensive study on emergence of non-fungible tokens as digital assets. Now I'm going to share my PPT.
Yes, sir.
Is this visible?
No, sir. First, you have to share your screen.
I'm sharing, but I'm unable to share. There is only share or cancel, but there is. I'm trying to
Okay, you
share.
can send your PPT on WhatsApp if you are
Okay,
there.
ma'am. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. Ma'am, I have sent this. My topic for presentation is a comprehensive study on emergence of non-fungible tokens as digital assets. Ma'am, can we please go to the next slide? I'm going to cover the following topics: introduction, followed by methodology and objectives, followed by results and discussions, findings, and conclusions. The introduction for this topic. Actually, the name of the topic is a comprehensive study on emergence of non-fungible tokens as digital assets. First of all, we will know what is non-fungible tokens. Non-fungible tokens is a digital asset. It is the same as cryptocurrency. It is encoded with same blockchain technology as like cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, but it is not a cryptocurrency. Actually, cryptocurrencies and normal currencies are fungible. We can exchange 100 rupees notes to another 100 rupees notes. We can exchange one Bitcoin to another one Bitcoin. But NFT, non-fungible tokens, we can't exchange one NFT to another NFT. It is a type of digital asset which reflects ownership of real goods like art, video clips, music, audio clips, pictures, paintings, and so many things. As like our thoughts, tweets, we can create as an NFT and sell on the platforms like Wajirex, OpenSea. There are many platforms where we can create an NFT and list and we can sell it. NFTs are based on the same blockchains as I already discussed, but they are not currency. It is different from cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, which is fungible. We can trade NFTs are on many platforms as like Wajirex, BuyUCoins, Rebel.com, BeyondLife.club. BeyondLife.club was the created by Amitabh Bachchan, who is also on NFT, and he listed 5,000 NFTs in 2021 and sold within 24 minutes for about 57 crore rupees. And actually, the process for creating an NFT is we have to create an account on the platform and create a digital account, and we can store. We can first of all we have to buy dollar or Ethereum. This is a Ethereum Bitcoin. These are these cryptocurrencies. Most of the transactions are traded with Ethereum for NFTs. Going to for the next slide, ma'am. methodology and objectives. Most of the data I collected from secondary sources as like fungible.com, Wikipedia, OpenSea.com, and many other platforms where NFTs are trading. And other data are I collected from magazines as like Forbes and other newspapers. The objectives for the research is to know emergence of NFT as a digital asset in post-COVID period. Actually, first NFT created in 2014, but in 2017 it was emerging as a trading. It was emerged. And the second one, to know the relationship between the number of primary sales of NFT and the number of secondary sales of NFT. The primary sales means when we just create an NFT and sell for first time is known as primary sales. And the secondary sales is the sales when a person buys NFTs and then resell to another person by auction. And the third one is to know the relationship between primary sales of NFT in USD and secondary sales of UFT. Actually, it is converted the number of transactions into price to the USD. Then the relationship between primary sales of NFT in USD and the secondary sales of NFT in USD over the period. And the fourth one is to know the relationship. Please go to. And the fourth one is to know the relationship between between number of sales of NFT and number of sales in USD over the period. Let us see the graph. The graph shows the relationship between number of sales and number of USD. As we can see, after COVID in 22 for 2021, we can see it increases multifold after COVID. The number of transactions as well as the numbers of value in dollars. And the second one, ma'am. The second one shows the relationship between number of primary sales and the number of secondary sales. We can say as the number of primary sales increases, also the number of secondary sales increases. It means there are many persons who are involving after COVID period, buying primary as well as creating primary NFTs as well as reselling after purchasing the primary NFTs. Next one, it shows the relationship between primary sales in USD and secondary sales in USD. As we can say, the secondary sales are more than the primary sales. It means the first we created an NFT and when we sell for as like $100, the person who buy this NFT for $100 who want to sell for $200 to $300. That's why the data shows the secondary sales is more than the primary sales in value. And the last one is shows the relationship between NFT in USD versus Ethereum price in USD. Actually, most of the about 90+% transactions are done in Ethereum. So this shows the relationship between Ethereum and NFT value sales in USD. As the price of Ethereum increases, the value of NFT sales also increases after COVID period. Findings. In this research, we found that the trading of NFT started increasing during or post-COVID, basically the first week of 2020, and it was found that when the number of sales of NFT increases, the sales of NFT in USD also increases, and vice versa. Similarly, when the number of primary sales of NFT increases, the number of secondary sales of NFT also increases, and vice versa. Conclusion. In this research, we found that trading of NFT started increasing. I already told you that it was increasing mainly in post-COVID period. Actually, in 2020, we see data in whole 2020, the total all over the world, the total trading of NFT was $82 million. But in 2020-21, it increases to 80-fold, 280-fold. It increases to $23 billion in next year. So in overall, we can say that the acceptability of NFT has increased as digital assets in the last 5 years, mainly post-COVID period. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The next presentation is by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Saini. Say GB Podar College, Navalgarh, Jhunjhunu, Rajasthan, and the topic is Effect of Globalization with Reference to Indian Economy. Dr. Sanjay? Dr. Sanjay Kumar, are you there? Okay, we'll move ahead with next presentation, which is by Namrata Rajesh Singh from SST College, Ulhasnagar, and the topic is Their Untold Stories, Lived Experience of Being Transgender. Namrata Rajesh? Namrata Singh, are you there? Yes, is anybody left with the presentation? If anyone is there, please unmute yourself. There is one more presentation, and that will be presented after 5 minutes, and it is the last presentation.
Okay, dear participant, am I audible? I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all the presentations are over. There is only one presentation left that madam will going to join us with in 5 minutes. So at 3 o'clock, after this presentation, we will meet at 3 o'clock, where we will going to declare the base paper presentation. Our session chairperson will declare the base presentation. So just wait for 5 minutes more. There will be a last presentation. After that, we will take a break of 30 minutes. Then our last session, that is the validity sessions, will be start. So after 5 minutes, there will be a presentation, and after that, this technical session will going to be end, and our validity sessions will be begins at 3 o'clock.
इधर भी आवाज आई, इधर भी आवाज आई।
Namrata Singh, are you there? Okay, Namrata Singh, you can start with your presentation. And the topic is their untold stories, lived experience of being transgender. Over to you, Namrata.
Hello. Ma'am, just give me a 2 minutes. There were some
Yeah,
technical issues.
okay, ma'am. Namrata Singh, you can send your PPT on WhatsApp group if you are facing any problem. I'll
Yes,
present
ma'am.
from your side.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Namrata Singh, ma'am, you can start.
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are
Ma'am,
audible. You can
yeah,
continue.
ma'am, please don't share this one. I'm sharing some. Just a minute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, what happened? Namrata Singh, ma'am. Namrata Singh, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Hello. Namrata Singh, ma'am.
मैम एम आई ऑडिबल राइट नाउ?
Yeah, you are audible.
हाँ यस मैम, मैं यहाँ से प्रेजेंट करती हूँ. जस्ट गिव मी 2 seconds.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
हेलो.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am.
हाँ
You
मैम,
are
कैन आई
audible.
स्टार्ट?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Very good afternoon. I am Namrata Singh, today presenting paper on their untold stories, lived experience of being transgender. Firstly, I thanking for the organizing committee to give me opportunity for presenting my site here. Unheard, unseen, untold tales, short stories from uncommon lives of common people we are going to see. This is all true stories. Our lives are made of stories. Every living being has some qualities that they are born with. So, I am a gay, I am a straight, I am a lesbian, I am a bisexual, I am a transgender, but at the end, I am a human. Whenever there is a matter of gender sensitization is concerned, we are always restricted to male and female, but we forget to mention about the third gender, that is a transgender. So transgender also occupy an important place in our society. So now it's a high time to give the equal opportunity to this section of the society. So my paper is a step towards enhancing the participations of transgender in mainstream education, including higher education, political involvement, employment, social acceptance, and respect. Government should also provide benefits by launching schemes in budget through which directly and indirectly transgenders are spent on commodity and services. So it is also a great source to government for collecting of revenue in terms of tax. The objective of a paper representing over here The purpose is of the prevailing look at become to discover the subjective enjoy of living as a keener in the Mumbai. So the first one to look at troubles confronted through transgender in normal life, to understand the cultural and social aspects, and to understand the experiences of transgender from authorities and societies. In the literature review, this literature overview will take a look at the studies that has been collected on the transgender humans in current times, the findings of these studies and the widespread gaps with inside the literature that want to be explored. In addition, the literature overview will encompass the theoretical framework applied as a backbone for this take a look at and the way it pertains to the take a look at in widespread. So, as per the Relay Clemson and Siddharthan 2013 found, overwhelmingly our participants expressed that they wanted parents, families, schools and communities to have a more knowledge and awareness about gender, sex and issues regarding gender variances. This expressed deficit not only appeared to factor into the negatively and hostility the participant faced on an ongoing basis, but also appeared to hinder their family's ability for acceptance of gender variance. Here is the scope of paper. This take a look at will assist transgenders to apparent extra approximately entrepreneurship as a career and will assist them getting over troubles confronted at access stage. And it look at highlighted a number of the modification that might take reason at a society stage for bridging hole among transgender and company world. Here is the some limitations. Respondents lack of time and preoccupation with other tasks. Respondents lack of time and preoccupations with other tasks. And respondents distorted the information while sharing the information. As a human being, generally हमारे पास दो चीजें होती है, दैट इज अ चांस एंड चॉइस. बट जब हम एक कॉमन पीपल की साइकोलॉजी के हिसाब से बात करते हैं, तो अगर मैं ट्रांसजेंडर को चांस देती हूँ कि या ट्रांसजेंडर एज अ चांस लेता है कि उसे क्या करना है, जॉब करना है, एंड व्हेन ही इज बिकम एज अ ग्रीन ग्रोसर, सो एज अ कॉमन पीपल मेरी चॉइस क्या होती है, मैं उससे कुछ भी परचेस नहीं करूंगी. वाई? बिकॉज वो एक ट्रांसजेंडर है. इफ transgender worked as a dance teacher, so as a common people, my choice is what? My children is not going to take a admission because you are a transgender. It means somewhere हम लोग क्या feel करते हैं, insecurity feel करते हैं. Then again, if I am a auto driver, so as a choice I will not sit in your rickshaw because you are a transgender. If as a transgender I am opening a restaurant for the common people. So, as a common people, it's my choice. I want to eat in your restaurant. And at the end, if I am a beautician, so as a common people, I'm not comfortable because you are a transgender. So, here actually, my research methodology is purely based on the primary data. In that, I have surveyed 25 transgenders and collect the information from the Vithalwadi areas and use some information from the secondary data, that is a web source and journals. In the research layout, I have give more focus and explorative due to the fact the researchers tries to discover the socio-economic situations of the transgenders and relate with the authority schemes which progress the social identifications of transgenders with the assist of a dependent questionnaire making use of a survey method. On the alternative hand, they have a look at additionally attempts to validate the 2014 judgment for the attractiveness of the transgender as a third gender and gives identification in society. For this, I have used the information tools information timetable. In that, a semi-dependent interview designed for these have a look at two extort facts bearing on every individuals, that is as education, occupation, information of own circle of relatives of origin, present day club of a social group, income, troubles, etc. In intensity interview, it changed into perform to allow the members to inform their memories and to discover their studies of being kinder. The cause being reproducing the sector of the individual being interviewed with the act of using trying to make experience of it. The interviews for every players have been performed until precise congestion changed into achieved. So typically every interview lasted for approximately 50 to 55 minutes. So the semi-dependent interview timetable changed into design retaining in thoughts, sure psychosocial issues, which is probably pertinent for the lived experience of a being kinner or transgenders. So in my this paper, this is the findings of the studies. The first one is the educations of the transgender. Here, the illiterate persons is a 16%. In the primary schools 24% is there जिन्होंने अपना प्राइमरी स्कूल कंप्लीट किया है. मिडिल क्लास में only 20% transgender is there. In the high school 36 is there. Graduates only 4%. और अगर हम लोग प्रोफेशनल्स की बात करेंगे तो इन द प्रोफेशनल्स only 16 transgender worked as a professional persons. Occupation. In spite of the education, अगर हम लोग देख रहे हैं एज पर द लास्ट स्टडी कि 16% क्या है प्रोफेशनल्स हैं एंड 24% ने प्राइमरी स्कूल भी किया हुआ है, इवन 4% ग्रेजुएट्स हैं. इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट 52% वर्कड एज अ सेक्स वर्कर and 24% involved in the begging. 20% इज वर्क एज अ सोशल ऑफरिंग्स, मीन्स कहीं पे भी अगर कोई न्यू शॉप्स ओपन हो रही है, कहीं पे मैरिजेस है, न्यूबॉर्न बेबी हुआ है, तो उसके थ्रू वो क्या करते हैं, इनकम अर्न करते हैं. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अगर हम लोग बात करेंगे तो यहाँ पे प्रपोर्शन काफी कम है. और एम्प्लॉयड इन अ प्रोजेक्ट देर इज अ 4%, बिकॉज जो इसकी मेन लीडर है शी इज रनिंग हर ओन फाउंडेशन, दैट इज अ अस्मिता किन्नर फाउंडेशन, जो प्योरली एड्स सफर्ड किन्नर्स के लिए वर्क करती है. देन इनकम, अगर हम इनकम की बात करते हैं तो अगेन यहाँ पे हम शॉक्ड होंगे कि यहाँ पे लेस देन 10,000 अर्न करने वाले 20% है, 10,000 से 20,000 अर्न करने वाले 40% है. सो जो बिलो 10,000 वाले हैं दे आर कम्स अंडर द बेगिंग क्राइटेरिया. 40% इज कम्स अंडर द एज अ सेक्स वर्कर. 36% इज कम्स इन द रेंज ऑफ द 20,000 to 30,000 जो मंथली अर्न करते हैं वो आते हैं जनरली सोशल ऑफरिंग में. एंड जो मोर देन 30,000 हैं वो 4% में आते हैं जनरली. वो या तो खुद का प्रोजेक्ट्स रन कर रहे हैं या फिर वो सेल्फ ऑफरिंग्स के लिए भी क्या है, इन्वॉल्व हैं. नाउ during the my study why I have choose this topic mainly, जैसे कि हम नॉर्मल बात करते हैं सोसाइटी के हिसाब से, और ये बहुत ही शॉकिंग न्यूज होती है कि अगर किसी एक गर्ल की या फिर एक वुमेन्स की क्या होती है, अगर उस रेप होता है या उसके साथ मॉलेस्टेशन होता है तो वो सिचुएशन में मीडिया, जनरल पब्लिक सब उसके साथ मिलकर आते हैं और उसे प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं. और ड्यूरिंग दिस स्टडीज आई हैव ऑब्जर्व कि एवरी डे बहुत सारे ऐसे ट्रांसजेंडर्स हैं जिसके साथ सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट होता है. और वो सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट करने वाला कोई आउटसाइडर नहीं है, उसमें हम में से ही एक कॉमन पीपल है. जैसे कि पुलिस ऑफिसर्स मेनी ऑफ टाइम अगर वो बैगिंग कर रहे हैं सो बैगिंग के लिए उसे क्या करते हैं, वो उसे पकड़ते हैं और उसके बदले उसके साथ क्या करते हैं, सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट करते हैं. और अगर वो कंप्लेन करने जा रहे हैं तो उनकी कंप्लेन नहीं ली जाती है. क्यों? बिकॉज वो एक ट्रांसजेंडर है. मेनी ऑफ टाइम्स क्या होता है, अगर वो किसी के साथ मारपीट करते हैं या उनका किसी के साथ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होता है, वे सिचुएशन में अगर जेल में है वो वहां पर भी उनके साथ क्या होता है, सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट होता है. सो ऐसे बहुत सारे हमने स्टोरीज इनसे लर्न की, हमने देखा कि डेली लाइफ में वो बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स क्या करते हैं, फेस करते हैं, जिससे निकल पाना उनके लिए क्या नहीं होता है, इजी नहीं होता है। यहाँ पे नीता के ने जो मेंबर है उनकी एक स्टोरी है। वो यही डोंबिवली में बॉर्न हुई थी, जिनके 2 ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर थे। जब उनके फादर को पता चला कि वो एक कॉमन चिल्ड्रन नहीं है, वो सिचुएशन में वो उसे मारना और क्या करते थे, टॉर्चर करना स्टार्ट कर रहे थे। बिकॉज उसे बॉयज की तरह रहना पसंद नहीं था। वो ऑलवेज जो भी ड्रेस अप करती थी वो गर्ल्स की तरह करती थी। उनका हॉबी था डांस करना। कुछ टाइम के बाद उन्होंने क्या किया, अपना घर छोड़ दिया। 2 दिन तक वो स्टेशन पे ऐसे ही घूमती रही। कुछ टाइम के बाद वो अपने ग्रुप के लोगों के साथ मिली। वो ग्रुप के लोग उन्हें बैगिंग करने के लिए ट्रैफिक सिग्नल पे खड़ा करने लगे। फिर उसके बाद उन्हीं लोगों को उन्होंने एज अ फादर, ब्रदर एंड मदर एक्सेप्ट किया। और उसके बाद स्लोली स्लोली वो सिग्नल पे बैगिंग ना करके उन्होंने ट्रेन में बैगिंग करना स्टार्ट किया। मीन्स कुछ टाइम उनके लिए बहुत स्ट्रगल था, बट आज के टाइम पे शी इज द चेयर पर्सन अंडर द कंज्यूमर ग्रीवेंसेस। शी इज द चेयर पर्सन अंडर द एंटी रैगिंग कैंपेन। और वो अपना खुद का क्या कर रही है, एनजीओ रन कर रही है, जिसमें जो पुअर पीपल्स होते हैं उनके बच्चों की शादी कराना, उन्हें एजुकेशन देना। और इवन वेरी रिसेंटली इन्होंने विद द हेल्प ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट इनका खुद का शेल्टर होम रन कर रही है। सो लाइक दिस वे एवरीवन इज हैविंग देयर ओन स्टोरी। सेकेंड वन इज कम इन दिस साइबा खान, जो कि बॉर्न हुई थी लखनऊ में। when she was the 8 years old, that time उनको समझ में आया कि उनके बॉडी में कुछ चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, कुछ तो डिफरेंट उनको फील हो रहा है। एंड शी इज स्टार्टेड टू ड्रेस अप लाइक एज अ गर्ल्स। बट उनके सिबलिंग्स उन्हें यूज करते थे क्या, अब बॉदर करते थे, उसे मारते थे, उसे हमेशा परेशान करते थे। इसके वजह से वो भी घर छोड़कर आई, वो भी वहां से भाग कर आई। और ना जाने कितने लोगों ने उसे हैरेस किया। एंड इवन शी इज सेड कि 25 टाइम्स उनके साथ फिजिकली अब्यूज्ड हुआ, उनका रेप हुआ। बट स्टिल अ सिंगल टाइम भी उनकी कंप्लेन कहीं पर भी नहीं है। देन कुछ टाइम के बाद उन्होंने अपना एक वेजिटेबल शॉप स्टार्ट किया था, बट स्टिल सेम प्रॉब्लम इज देयर। पीपल उनके पास से परचेज नहीं करते थे या उन्हें तंग करते थे। मेनी ऑफ टाइम दे आर कॉल्ड देम एज अ मीठा। और लाइक उनके शॉप पे जाके क्या करना, उसे पत्थर मारना और इस तरीके से उसे परेशान करते थे। और एट द एंड ये सारी चीजों से परेशान होकर 2 साल के अंदर उसने अपना बिजनेस बंद कर दिया। So, in this my research paper, I have found some platforms or startups for the transgender, that is a catering. वो अपना खुद का कैटरिंग बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। ये तभी पॉसिबल होगा जब हम, आप और हम जैसे सोसाइटी के सारे लोग उन्हें क्या करेंगे, हेल्प करेंगे, एज अ कॉमन पीपल उनके साथ ट्रीट करेंगे।
Namrata Singh, ma'am, please conclude your paper.
Okay,
It
ma'am.
is extending a lot.
Okay, ma'am. At the end, all transgender peoples are human beings, and all humans' rights logically pertain to all transgender. So, the shared information that has emerged displays that his race or kinner on this part of the sector have now no longer been capable of come to presses with their inimicate sexual identification due to the subversive pressures from the heteronormative society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are taking a break, and at 3:30 we'll meet for valedictory function, review for technical session, and prize distribution. Thank you so much. We'll meet at 3:30. Asha Bodele, ma'am, are you there? नहीं, no, she is not. Call करिए बोलिए, बोलिए उनको ज्वाइन करने दीजिए. We are going to start in few minutes as soon as Asha Bodele joins. She has joined. Welcome back for one-day national e-conference on exploring social, economic and environmental issues and solutions in contemporary India. Moving ahead with the review session, I request Asha Bodele, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, ICL Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Wasini, Navi, Mumbai, to briefly review the session on PPT presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all, those who are present here for technical session. And this is a very great opportunity that your college allow me to be have a party, take a part as a chairperson. It's very big responsibility on my shoulder. I'll just see ki this. I just make first thanks to your college, that Kerala Society Science and Commerce College, and especially thanks to your principal sir, that Dr. Giri, and your convener sir, Milind Gurchal, who arranged this technical session very nicely, as well as your entire staff, that Shashikala madam, who always guiding the students also, because this is the first time I feel the students get platform. And really it is very great pleasure me to understand the students point of view when they go on research, because as we all are knowing, in NEP 2020 the criteria itself is coming that fourth year will be the honors BA or honors degree. So honors degree means you require the research, which is a new, or do the new things, innovative things, and do the deep motivation to the students community. And really I'm thanking to your all teams, especially the Milind Gurchal, who select this are the topic from the FC part. As you are knowing, I was also the teaching FC for 17 years of my life. And it's like very great things experience, back to again my own subject, back to explore myself, to understand the socio-economic and environmental issue. And really it is great opportunity to student for them, providing the platform for the research. Rather it is very great things conferences, which really give us a very bright and insight things for our students also and for us also. So your topic and your conference name is Exploring Social, Economic and Environmental Issue Solution in Contemporary India. Really, I'm nobody to judge anyone in this conference. Really, I'm telling you this. All are very good, all are very innovative, very nice presentation did by all the participant students, as well as teachers community, as well as your own staff, which are very cooperative with the students when they have some technical glitches and all. And really, it's a great pleasure me to attend this type of conference online after 2 years. That is online again, back to online, right? So I'll just make a very short review on your paper presentation, which from morning 11 o'clock. In between, I'm just miss your one call because of I'm also busy with exam duty and other work. So sorry, just please make me sorry for that. So we just go through the various topics, and among that topic, we selected the good thing because all are good. All are good. Don't feel bad, anyone. All are really, really good. And I'm learning from you. That is a great thing. I get expressed by on my student, the other students, those who are from your college student. Really great insight they provide us as a research. As a senior most teacher also, we learn many things from our student category. That is a great things we learn from your student and from our student also. And from this research, which we know that is a art of scientific investigation, which renew, or we say finding the new fact, finding the hidden truth from particular topic. And that is a research when we just inform the student how to do a research. From I think I am also busy from 8 days behind the student. Research kya hai, how to do. I'm trying to learn from them also, and I'm also giving them inputs. Um, the first thing when we talk about the topic which are choosing by your conferences, that is very great topic because it's all social issue, economic issue, environmental issue. Because as human life, with these three aspects, our life cannot be fulfilled. Social aspect, because we all are part of society. So society gave us various experiences, a good experience, a bad experience, everything. Economic, without economy, without money, without finance, we can't live also. This is part and parcel for our life. And the third one is that environmental issue, because if we protect now environment, we have to protect the animal rights, we have to protect the human rights, we have to protect the woman rights, because everything comes in your entire this conference, national conference. It's like I feel that this type of conferences definitely you again and again just give the chances to the student and to the new faculty members, those who are first come, first fresh people. Let them give the chance to be do a research, and in that research, I just announced the one name uh, because it's very difficult me to select the out of 70 some entries from the student participant and select the very few people. If I feel I can give you all 70s, good. All 70s are great, and all teachers faculty are very, very, very innovative and very much insight about their own field of study of research. So first name I am going to declare now. That is the first from your home college. The girl name is Sheetal Upadhyay from your KLE college, and her topic was on cruelty of to animal overall analysis. Because as we are living in the society where we just think about the human life, but what about the animal? Animal is also part and parcel of environment, and it should be a safe and it should be a protected. Then second, own my college. I'll just give the second chance to my own student. That is a Valencia Duge. She's talking about the social media and woman, because she did the study of field work, field visit, and then she finding the analysis of her own research work. And this is the first time, a very primary time they start doing the research. And third prize, I'll declare, that is a Ednes Rutha from the Central University of Tamil Nadu. The role of self-esteem of early adolescence and really, really, it's very great. I'm just observing the very new topic, new innovative topics were selected by your convener, your own college. Really, it's give me a very good things and experiences. And the last, when we declare in the students category, that is Khushi Kedeskar. She is talking about the girls' education, which is now mandatory in NEP also. The many policies were framed for the girls' education and girls' empowerment. So this is a great, you can say the things we can talk about the 1 minute. Let me come again back. Okay. So the fourth appreciation prize goes to Kushi Agaskar on girls' education analysis. And really, this your college is handling the very good technical session very nicely. It is going on in one flow. Very difficult. I feel it's going on one flow, and where we get continuation. Really, I'm also from 11 o'clock to till 4 o'clock approximately. I am continuously joining. I'm enjoying the every participant, how they convey their own research, how they talk. And it's a really great opportunity to me to declare your result. And from the teachers category, we select the one person, that is Atiko Stephen, on financial inclusion on critical view in the context of Indian experiences. So that first paper is goes to the Atiko Stephen on Xavier's College. And remaining from first student category is your own college. Really, it's great announcing the result from my side. And definitely in future also we'll make the same coordination. And I'm trying to, from your institution, I take my institution, even I'm thanking to my own institution, from my own institution management, my principal, and my students category, who are always with me, and they are very supportive to if I do anything. Yesterday I talked to madam, she said, okay, go. Just do the 1-2 research from economic side also. I said, okay, madam, I'll just make the student be ready with your, even our students, Anaya and this, the other students, Alisha, she was very good on poverty and other topics. And really, this is a great, I feel, I have no words now. Really, it's great opportunity to me and experience to me to be spend a lot of time and learn many things. I learn from your things, and I take new learning, new outputs from my side also. And thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Dr. Giri sir, uh, then Milind sir, Milind as a convener, very good. He did the coordination between students and the teachers community and the faculty. It's like a basic job. He was get engaged with everyone, and without any stress, any tension, he nicely handle everything. Because many times students also coming to him and continuously calling him. I said, don't call him continuously, but still, he just go on peacefully and just guiding the students. And even Shashikala madam, she guided the student when the glitches is going on. Really, it's thank to you. And really, it's a very great pleasure me to attend such type of exploring for me, myself. I'm exploring myself now. Thanks a lot. And thank you, your institution. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable inputs and emphasizing the importance of research for students and announcing the best paper for today's conference. Now, I request Assistant Professor Milind Gurchal to introduce Dr. Girija Gupte, Chief Guest for valedictory function. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my privilege to introduce our chief guest for valedictory session. We are having with us Dr. Girija Gupta, ma'am. She is a professor and head of the Department of Sociology, Sathaey College, Mumbai. Madam has completed his study from University of Mumbai, and she was a gold medalist in her master's. She has contributed in the field of research, and she has written various papers in the different journals and proceedings. Uh, it was her initiative that the Department of Sociology was started at Sathaey College in 1990. She has also authored various books. She has completed various courses for the students at especially the film appreciations courses, etc. Then she was also involved in human rights and trade union activities in the 1987. She worked with the slum dwellers for housing rights, and she was also working in the urban development field, focusing on the urban youth. She has conducted various workshops for the college students, and She was on the panels of various discussions, conferences, symposiums. So it is our great honor that we are having with us Dr. Girija ma'am for our validity function. Welcome you ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me like this. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. First of all, let me thank Karnataka Lingayath Education Society's College of Science and Commerce for inviting me as a chief guest for the valedictory function of this very innovative national conference. Very rarely do we see social, economic, environmental issues being talked about also. So to have thought of such a conference, and that too from the departments of foundation course and EVS, I think it is really something that we need to be, applauding them for. It is very, very innovative to think of a topic like this. Secondly, let me thank Principal Dr. Ghanasham Giri. You will be surprised to hear his name as Ghanasham Giri because that is how I have known him for more than 3 decades now. We were colleagues at Sathaey College for many, many years, and he's been a very close friend as well. And of course to Dr. Milind Gurchal, because I can see the kind of coordination he has been doing among everybody. Just like my other colleague from sociology, Asha Bodele, talked about, trying to coordinate between the various participants and the teachers and me. And he has been going on for the past 3 days like that at least. So the entire team to put together students and teachers to put up these kind of papers. So before everything else, I think I would like to look upon the kind of topics that were chosen. And, I'm reading from your brochure itself that the major challenges that India faces revolve around poverty, pollution, illiteracy, corruption, inequality, gender discrimination, terrorism, communalism, unemployment, regionalism, casteism, alcoholism, drug abuse, violence against women, environmental issues, and so on. Yes, very, very exhaustive list. Extremely exhaustive list. But true to say, these are problems that we are facing today. And each of these problems is so serious that if you look at one problem, it is difficult to connect it with the other or to link it with the other also. And to bring students and teachers to talk about these various topics, I think that is a challenge in itself. So congratulations to all of you for having done that so wonderfully today. I just want to talk about one or two things because when we're talking of development, very often when we talk of development, we're talking of infrastructure. We're talking of the economy growing or not growing. But are we looking at other aspects of development? And those other aspects are the social aspect, they are the environmental aspect. We need to interconnect problems of the environment, problems of society, along with when we talk of economic development or development in society and development in infrastructure and so on and so forth. Because one cost that we tend to pay can be recovered, which is the economic cost. We put in a certain amount of money, let's say for a train, or let's say for some kind of a road, and that money can be recovered. It may take time. It may take 5 years, 10 years. But economically, we can recover from that. What we need to look at is the social costs that we are paying for all this. What happened? Who were the people who had to give their land? And what has happened to them today? How often do we think of that social cost? It is a social cost. How often do we think of because of this particular road, let's say, or because of these trains that we have, because of what we are calling huge towers and statues. I'm sorry to say these things, they may not please everyone. But because of all this, because of the big dams that we have, what is the social and environmental cost? What happened to all those villages that got submerged? So do we need big dams or do we need smaller dams? Many more smaller dams would have been far more useful for our agriculture. But somewhere, our entire concept of development has got lopsided. Instead of thinking of development from the point of view of people, from the point of view of the environment, we are thinking of development from the end of profits that can be made. And therefore, this whole tussle all the time between people and profits. And that is something we need to look at extremely seriously, I think. Coming again to the various aspects that we are talking about here, one aspect that I saw there was violence against women. And having worked with women for many years in the social field, not only as a sociologist, one can tell that any cost of the environment or any cost of environmental degradation is finally borne by the tribals and the women. The more the trees you cut, women have to go that much longer just to bring firewood. The more the trees you cut and the lesser the rain in that area, women have to walk much longer just to fill water for their families. So these are social costs, and we need to look at them very closely. So now coming to, I don't want to speak for too long, but coming to the other aspect, which I thought was very important also, is what are the solutions? For myself, I do not have a solution that I can offer. But collectively, all of us can find some solutions. And that solution can only come through inclusivity of all communities when we're thinking of any environmental projects. All the stakeholders have to be brought in close by into the entire realm of that project of development, which will include farmers, it could include tribals, it would include women, it could include the environmentalists of that area, the poorest of poor who are going to suffer the most. All these need to be brought in when we think of any new project. So inclusivity is something we cannot even think of keeping away. It has to be there. And the second part of it is whether we are planning our development in a way that is sustainable. Because sustainability, I remember one sentence that I keep telling my students again and again, that we have not inherited the planet for ourselves. We have merely borrowed it from our children. We use things, our wants are endless. And now we have come to a point where we cannot differentiate between want and need. Needs have to be provided for. And needs are basic. They must be there. That is not just food, clothing, and shelter. It means education. It means medical facilities. It means transport. But what is the focus on? Are we going to be talking more and more about public transport or private transport, which is taking away so much space of our roads, which is adding to so much more pollution? So we need to look at everything from the angle of sustainable development. And therefore, sustainable development is something that we need to look at 2 layers. One is from the end of the government, on various projects that they take up? Are they sustainable? Are they people friendly? That is one aspect that the government needs to look at. But the other aspect is us. We cannot exclude ourselves. We have to look at what can we as a collective do. Whether it is the use of plastics, or it is about, the amount of water that we waste every day. And then, of course, we need to look at all these development projects that are taking place. So today's conference, I really wish to congratulate all of you as a team for bringing in so many different aspects, different topics together. And I know it's a lot of hard work that has gone in. So thank you very much for calling me for this valedictory function. And really, from the bottom of my heart, namaste.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Most welcome.
Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. Now it's time to propose a vote of thanks for which I request Assistant Professor Ankita Dubey to proceed further. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So good evening to everyone, all the respected dignitaries, invites, participants, and dear students. I am Assistant Professor Ankita Dubey from the Department of Chemistry, the honor and privilege to have the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of this National E-Conference on the behalf of KLE College, Kalamboli, Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Certainly, the national conference was uh, very useful. Organizing a national conference is a challenging task. This cannot be possible without a great preparation, wise working hand, support from every corner, and the blessings. On behalf of the organizing team member and committee, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our KLE College management for the support in all possible way to organize this conference. I am very much thankful to our principal, Dr. Giri, for his mentorship, encouragement, constant guidance, and support to shape the conference. Thank you so much, sir, for shaping us so well. I express my deepest gratitude to the IQAC chairman, Dr. Prakash Padane, for his sustainable approach towards the quality of each seminar, workshop, conference held in KLE College. Let me express my deepest gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Bindhy Wasini Pandey, for taking time out from his busy schedule to be with us here today. I sincerely thank Dr. Girija Gupte, ma'am, for kindly accepting our invitation and sharing a vast experience, knowledge, and research with us. I believe this conference has opened a new dimension, and our association will go a long way. I am very much thankful to our advisory committee member. They supported in all possible manner to organize this conference and their valuable suggestion. I take this opportunity to thank our session chairperson for the paper presentation, Assistant Professor Asha Bodele, ma'am, for reviewing the session and providing the valuable comments towards the improvement of the quality of the paper presented in the conference. Thank you, madam, for your suggestion will definitely help us to inculcate the research in our students. I thank the technical team member, student volunteers for providing their support throughout the conference. I also thank our author who have submitted their valuable research to this conference. My thank to the head of the department and the conference convener, Assistant Professor Milind Gurchal, sir, for shaping this conference so nicely and so timely. We had been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated, dedicated organizing team members. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and willingness they have expressed to take on a completion task beyond their comfort zone. I put a note with a thanks the effort taken by Assistant Professor Dr. Shashikala Prajapati ma'am from the Department of Zoology while anchoring today's session so gracefully and beautifully. At the end, I make an apology To those who have directly or indirectly helped us, I forget to take their name. Hope we all meet in the next event. Thank you so much and have a beautiful day ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Feedback link has been synced in the chat
Thank
box.
you.
Kindly fill the same. All the participants are requested to rise for the national anthem. Thank you all. And with the permission of chair, here I declare the end of this session. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.